The return of Caitlyn Clark against the Phoenix Mercury after the Olympic break had the entire WNBA shook.
A little extracurricular here. Mitchell and Natasha Cloud, they got heated.
This wasn't just any regular season game. It was a showdown between Caitlyn Clark and her rival, Diana Taurasi. Taurasi, the legend who took Caitlyn's spot on the Olympic team, was about to face a determined Clark who had something to prove, that gold should have been hers. The game started with Caitlyn standing confidently at the logo, waiting for her teammates to set up a play. But before they could, she decided to pull up for a deep three. It didn't go in, but it sent a message loud and clear. Caitlyn Clark wasn't afraid to take risks. On the next possession, Caitlyn put her court vision on full display. She faked out Natasha Cloud, executing a smooth give and go with Aaliyah Boston. With Brittany Griner now forced to guard her, Caitlyn created a mismatch, leaving the bigger Boston on the smaller Cloud. It was an easy assist for Clark, and an even easier layup for Boston. Then, Caitlyn showed just how prepared she was for this game. She called for a pick at the three-point line, but instead of driving, she pulled up and drained an easy swish.
The screen launches and drops a triple.
With each play, Caitlyn's confidence grew. Bringing the ball up the court again, she went into an isolation play against Olympic guard Alicia Cooper. She completely cooked her defender, finishing with a tough and one layup.
Mentally staying in it as Clark gets that big and one coming off that huge three a few moments ago.
And of course, she knocked down the free throw. The Fever weren't done yet. Caitlyn, sensing the defense closing in, pulled off another ISO play. But this time, she dished out a slick pass to Smith under the basket after drawing a double team in the paint.
Right now, Caitlyn Clark, who finds Melissa Smith.
And her ability to just probe the defense, and Copper, who is an elite defender.
The next possession, Caitlyn sprinted coast to coast in transition, finishing with another and one layup under the towering Brittany Griner.
And it's Clark on the other end at 22 with a spin and a lay-in.
With the free throw, the Fever extended their lead to 11 points, all thanks to Caitlyn's relentless pace and playmaking. As the first half wound down, Caitlyn decided to remind everyone why she's often compared to Steph Curry. With 20 seconds left, she launched a deep three from the wing, sending the Indiana crowd into a frenzy and giving the Fever a commanding 19-point lead.
Indiana with the fourth fastest pace of play, and that suits Caitlyn Clark.
The second half started, and Caitlyn wasted no time, positioning herself at the same spot and draining another three, her third of the night.
Really get out in transition, see if you can get some early quick buckets.
Oh, Clark hits her third three.
Even in transition, when faced with a 3-on-1, Caitlyn made the smart play, threading a perfect pass to Lexi Hull, though Hull unfortunately missed the open layup. But Caitlyn wasn't deterred. She followed it up with another perfect pass in transition, slicing through the defense to find Smith under the basket for an easy assist.
Indiana comes up with a turnover. Here is Clark. This time it's Smith with a foul and an and one.
Then she did it again, this time finding Kelsey Mitchell for a wide open layup.
Here's Mitchell, all behind the defense. And Caitlyn Clark can do no wrong.
As the first half closed, Caitlyn nearly notched her fourth half-court assist, but Hull couldn't beat the buzzer.
Get it up in time. Samuelson shot too strong.
The second half began with Caitlyn driving to the basket, drawing a foul.
Run. Clark trying to put a stop to it, hangs and draws the foul. That bucket, by the way, by Griner.
And knocking down both free throws. This seemed to ignite some tension among Phoenix's Olympic stars, leading to a bit of a tussle on the court.
A little extracurricular here. Mitchell and Natasha Cloud. They got heated.
But Caitlyn stayed cool. As the third quarter came to a close, she hit a step-back jumper, getting lucky with the shooter's touch.
Back on a deep two. Oh, gets the shooter's touch.
With 5 seconds left, she handed off to Hull for a buzzer-beater three, capping off a dominant quarter.
Samuelson, who buries a three. Samuelson beats the buzzer. And the Fever end the third with a flourish.
In the fourth, Caitlyn showed she's not just a passer, but a deadly shooter too. She called for a pick from Aaliyah Boston, used it to get wide open, and drained another 3.
Off the screen, finds some space, and delivers! It's a triple for Caitlyn Clark.
It's like clockwork. Hey, set a screen, let her go.
On the next play, she tried to replicate the same move, but this time, the ball took a detour off the top of the backboard before going in. Unfortunately, the refs called it out of bounds. The Mercury were getting desperate. Taurasi, frustrated, even pulled on Caitlyn's arm when she blew by her. But Caitlyn didn't care. She went right back to the pick and roll with Boston, waiting for the perfect moment to send a pass under the rim for an easy basket.
Clark seeing 2, bounces, oh beautiful, it's Boston with the finish, and the vision from Clark.
When the Mercury doubled her too early on the next play, Caitlyn found Mitchell wide open in the corner for another easy assist.
Mitchell, corner 3, connects.
Mitchell was on fire, and Caitlyn kept feeding her. On the next play, she sent a pass to Mitchell on the wing, and she drained another deep 3.
Mitchell, another 3. Mitchell is locked in.
Great 1-2 punch there.
Caitlyn was in full control, ignoring a pick on the next play and driving straight to the basket for a quick layup.
She gets the step on Cunningham. Clark gets to the rim,
extending the Fever's lead to 12 points. To seal the deal, Caitlyn made one last cut pass to Mitchell, who scored again, solidifying the Fever's victory.
Cutting, it's Mitchell with the finish.
And I knew why Kelsey Mitchell took that first shot. She wanted to give Clark that.
Caitlyn Clark finished the game with 29 points, 5 rebounds, and 10 assists. A performance that left no doubt about who deserves to be on that Olympic team. I hope you enjoyed this new type of video. If you want to see more breakdowns of the chosen one, like the video and subscribe. And for whoever watches this, every step forward, no matter how small, brings you closer to your goals. Keep moving. Caitlyn Clark just can't stop breaking records.
And Caitlyn Clark officially has the most assists ever for a rookie.
The Seattle Storm became the latest victims of another historic night from the Indiana rookie, who's desperately fighting for a playoff spot.
Obviously, get back to the playoffs. I've been there since 2016, and right now we're in a position to do that.
But while Clark's brilliance was on full display, it was the sharpshooting of her teammates that ultimately got the Fever over the line.
In the corner, you bet.
If you end up enjoying this video, why not subscribe? It's free, and you can always change your mind. Most players like to ease into a game with a few set plays, but Caitlyn Clark isn't most players. Brimming with confidence, she started the game with some deep shots.
Here's Clark with some space at the logo, will fire in and out on a deep 3, and Caitlyn Clark.
And right after, in transition, she sprinted full court and threaded the ball between 2 defenders for what should have been an easy layup for Kelsey Mitchell. But as we've seen in previous games, even wide open looks aren't always a sure thing.
And Mitchell can't lay it in. Mitchell corrals it, veers into space.
So, on the next play, Caitlyn decided to take matters into her own hands. No pick, no hesitation, just a quick step to blow by her defender and finish with a contested layup against the elite shot blocker.
And it finishes.
That's one of the things that Caitlyn Clark has done really well throughout the course of those last 10 games, is going to her right.
Fast pace and transitions were the name of the game if Indiana wanted to maximize their strengths. Caitlyn knew this and showcased it by launching an almost full court pass to Lexi Hull, who slipped behind the defense for an easy bucket.
Pass, hit stride, and Hull lays it in. First lead of the quarter for Indiana, and Seattle will take a timeout.
And let me tell you, that wasn't going to be the last dime from Caitlyn Clark. Another turnover from Seattle, and Caitlyn put the burners on again. This time, she found herself in a 2-on-3 situation, dishing it to Mitchell, who hesitated and got called for a travel.
Clark bounces Mitchell. They don't call it up and down, now they do.
I thought she was in the air when she caught it. She just...
The connection between Mitchell and Clark started off slow, but the chemistry with Lexi Hull, on fire. Caitlyn, once again, focused on the speed in transition, lost her defender with a dribble, and found Hull streaking to the basket for another easy layup.
Finds Hull, lays it in.
That assist put Caitlyn just 2 away from tying the all-time rookie assist record set back in 1998. But with Ogwumike protecting the paint, breaking this record wasn't going to be easy.
Dundas gets denied. What a rejection. Ezzy Magbagor again.
Even when Caitlyn drove to the rim, getting a clean layup was a challenge. She managed to draw a foul.
Gets fouled. Caitlyn Clark will go to the line to shoot 2.
But in transition, where her speed and the scattered defense were key, Caitlyn had Seattle's shot-blocking kryptonite figured out.
Clark looking to push for Indiana. Here's Clark speeding all the way in to the cup.
After 4 missed attempts from deep, Caitlyn began finding her groove, sinking a mid-range jumper after shaking her defender.
Trying to shake Wickham. Step back is good. In the mid-range.
With her confidence growing, she called for an ISO, blew past her opponent, and, seeing Ogwumike camped in the paint, dished a perfect pass around the defense to the corner. Hull was ready, sending one quick pass for a wide-open 3.
On the wing. Connects.
The first half ended with Indiana clinging to a 1-point lead. But a lead is a lead. The third quarter kicked off with more of what had been working. Transition basketball, but even faster. Caitlyn grabbed a rebound and instantly sent a half-court pass to a streaking Kelsey Mitchell.
Clark the fling ahead. Oh, what a dime. And Mitchell lays it in. And Caitlyn Clark officially has the most assists ever for a rookie.
That assist etched Caitlyn Clark's name into the history books as the all-time rookie assist leader, with 12 games still to go. Insane. And the momentum didn't stop there. A minute later, they left her wide open. Her defender wasn't even close. Caitlyn made them pay, finally sinking her first 3 after missing 6 straight, pushing Indiana's lead to 6.
Rebound. Clark a good look. She got it.
On the other end, Seattle's guard forced a play and drew a foul for free throws. Frustrated by the call, Caitlyn let out some of that frustration on the padding, but the refs weren't having it. They hit her with a tech, leaving her stunned. Still frustrated, Caitlyn channeled that energy the only way she knows how, by calling a pick with Aaliyah Boston. The switch created a mismatch, and Caitlyn waited until Boston was near the rim before threading an impossible pass over the defense for the easy bucket.
That is Clark's 5th technical this season. Oh, what a dime! Clark to Boston!
We saw another one of those speedy transition plays soon after. Caitlyn noticed all 3 defenders were drawn to one side, so she waited for the overlap from Samuelson on the other. But Samuelson didn't notice Ogwumike had switched over, ending her dream with a block.
Samuelson denied. What a rejection from Magbagor.
But Caitlyn wasn't just there to dish out assists. She stole the ball at half court from Diggins Smith and immediately pulled up for a 3, breaking the 50-50 tie.
It's good.
Seattle had their smart, albeit dirty, ways of slowing down Caitlyn in transition, but she always had something up her sleeve, whether it was on offense or defense.
Wickham denied by Clark.
Caitlyn showed that she's built differently. She ended the third quarter by both blocking and getting blocked.
Here's Clark trying to get around Magbagor, and Magbagor with the denial.
Proving there was still some balance and keeping the game close. The fourth quarter was a showcase of her teammates stepping up when it mattered most. Caitlyn started by throwing her defender off with a quick first step, going under the taller defender in the paint for a layup.
Quick first step, Clark cutting to the hoop, able to lay it in.
On the next play, they figured her out and started double teaming, but somehow she found a wide open Lexi Hull.
Brings it over to Hull, wide open 3. She got it.
Caitlyn Clark on that one manipulated the defense with her eyes.
Hull promised to be clutch, hitting another 3 right after, widening the lead.
On cue.
Caitlyn then bulldozed through the smaller Diggins Smith,
In and banking it home.
but lost focus just enough to get caught for a travel.
And a travel.
She picked it right back up though, with a classic pick and pop with Aaliyah Boston.
Boston hit it.
With 4 minutes left, the Fever were ready to seal the deal. First, a corner 3 from Caitlyn's splash buddy, Lexi Hull.
You bet.
Not long after, Caitlyn joined the party, hitting a deep 3 after a pick from Aaliyah Boston.
She got it. Third 3 for Caitlyn Clark, who now has 23 points, 15 of them in the second half.
With 3 minutes left, Seattle had no response, but the Fever kept their foot on the gas. Caitlyn waited for the perfect moment to get Kelsey Mitchell open and sent a dime for yet another 3. Her final assist of the night came from another 3, ending her night with 9 assists and putting the Fever one step closer to the playoffs. When Caitlyn Clark showed she's the WNBA's chosen one.
Isolation here for Mitchell. Clark, another one. What is happening right now?
On June 8th, Caitlyn Clark added another chapter to her Rookie of the Year campaign with a career-high performance against the Washington Mystics. But as much as she dazzled, this game got a lot closer than anyone expected.
Charity stripe into Dolson. Samuelson the 3. That falls, 7.5 to play.
Caitlyn started the game with her usual aggressiveness, blowing past her defender with a quick step, only to be met by help defense in the paint. Trusting her vision, she dished it off to a teammate for what seemed like an easy bucket, but things didn't go as planned. Seconds later, Caitlyn took matters into her own hands. No screen, no hesitation, just pure skill. She put her defender in a blender with some quick dribbles and finished with a smooth layup around the bigger defender. It was the start of something special.
Clark trying to get by. The Mystics defense gets right to the cup and lays it up and in.
With her first points on the board, Caitlyn began to take control. She faked a shot at the 3-point line, handing it off to Aaliyah Boston. The fake pulled 2 defenders onto her, leaving Boston wide open in the paint. One quick pass and a spin move later, Boston had an easy bucket.
Shot at the cup. Boston gets the slip. And around Edwards lays that up.
Then came transition time. One glance was all Caitlyn needed to spot Kelsey Mitchell on the fast break. Too quick for anyone else to catch. A half-court dime from Caitlyn turned into an easy layup for Mitchell.
Quickly up the floor is Mitchell. Beautiful find from Clark as Mitchell lays it up.
But not everything was smooth sailing. Julie Van Loo used some sneaky footwork to poke the ball away from Caitlyn, turning it into a turnover. Van Loo then punished the Fever with an instant pull-up 3, keeping the game close.
Van Loo comes up with the steal. She'll call her own number and splash that home. Ties it at 13.
On the next possession, the pressure was back on Caitlyn. A defender's swipe nearly caused another turnover, but Caitlyn recovered quickly. With 2 defenders closing in, she pulled off a step-back 3 from the logo, draining it and leaving the crowd buzzing.
Picked up now by Dee Richards as she's into the ball game. Richards on the floor. Clark, the step-back 3 just below the logo, drills it.
Still in the first quarter, Caitlyn got the ball after a Mystics turnover and turned on the Jets. With a 2-on-1 situation, she patiently waited for the defender to commit before dishing it off to Nalissa Smith for an easy layup.
Gets it to her on the move. Beautiful 2-person game.
And it wasn't just on offense where Caitlyn was making an impact. She showed her defensive chops by getting a steal and immediately pushing the ball in transition, trusting her teammates to finish the play.
She's made in tonight's game. Wheeler, little in-out dribble. Gets that lay in to go.
Seeing she could rely on her squad, Caitlyn decided to flex her playmaking skills. She threaded the ball between 2 defenders, setting up Smith for a wide-open 3 on the wing.
Still with it. The kick, Smith will call her number and knock it down. Stretching the floor is Nalissa Smith.
Next play, Caitlyn's defense shined again with another steal. She put the burners on in transition, but the defense caught up, forcing her to slow down. She reset the play, ignored the defense, and drove into the paint. Spying Aaliyah Boston wide open under the rim, she went for the easy dime, only to have it swiped away at the last moment. But Caitlyn wasn't one to shy away. Not long after, she got free with some slick, off-the-ball movement, using a screen to get open for a moving, leaning 3-pointer. nothing but net.
Pulls off that screen, knocks it down. Even with her body fading, she can still control that shot.
Well, she comes off in a snaking manner on that weak side.
With her confidence sky high, Caitlyn found herself in another transition play. This time, she pulled up from the logo without hesitation, but it didn't connect. The game was tied at 40-40, with 28 seconds left in the second quarter. Caitlyn forced her way to the basket, drawing a foul and sinking both free throws to give the Fever a slim lead heading into the half. The second half started with a bang, but it wasn't Caitlyn. Mitchell got open on the wing, and Caitlyn delivered an easy dime, starting the half with a three-pointer.
He's going for the Mystics on the offensive end, now into double figures with 12.
With LSU's coach in the building, Caitlyn had to show she wasn't just reliant on others. She brought the ball up in transition, found a mismatch, and stepped back from deep on the wing, hitting nothing but net.
Clark, pull up three, that one tickles the climb.
2 minutes later, Caitlyn's off-the-ball movement left her wide open at the same spot. No defender in sight. She pulled up for a back-to-back three, and it was good again.
He's showing up, showing out.
Clark.
With the third quarter winding down, a minute left on the clock, Caitlyn took control. She went coast to coast, putting her defender on skates with a behind-the-back move, pulling up just before the three-point line and draining her third three in a row.
On in that paint. So the best thing you can do as a defender is not give it to her.
Clark. Back-to-back triples for Caitlyn Clark.
10 seconds later, Caitlyn was at it again. With 23 seconds left, she got free off the ball, found herself wide open at the top of the key, and pulled up for a fourth three-pointer. It was another swish, until the refs called an illegal screen, spoiling the hot streak. Even with this insane effort, the Fever only had a 2-point lead. Going into the fourth, the Mystics tightened up their defense on Caitlyn, but she trusted her teammates, setting up Samuelson for a three-pointer.
Samuelson at the buzzer.
Oh my.
But Caitlyn wasn't done. Off an inbound pass, she got free with no screen, pulled up with a step-back jumper from the wing, and continued her hot streak.
Isn't going to be able to see Katie Lou after last night's game, so today, really the first time they're seeing her.
The Caitlyn special kept rolling. Another off-the-ball movement got her open at her favorite spot, and without hesitation, she pulled up for her fifth three-pointer in a row.
Isolation here for Mitchell.
Clark, another one.
She was now at 7 threes and 25 points in total, but the Mystics weren't backing down, keeping the game within 2 points. The Fever needed to hold on to their lead, and Caitlyn wasn't shying away from the moment. She attacked the basket, drawing contact and earning 2 clutch free throws.
Right there, a little jersey pull. They do well. That's what on the baseline and turn her back out to the corner.
The Mystics responded quickly in transition, cutting the lead back to 2.
And the foul. They're gonna wave it off actually initially.
But it wasn't enough. Caitlyn capped off the night with a 30-point bomb.
Time as the Fever will get their third win on the season.
If you ended up enjoying this video, why not subscribe? It's free, and you can always change your mind. Stay tuned for the next Caitlyn Clark breakdown. August 25th was a game circled on the calendar. The Fever took on the Minnesota Lynx, coached by Cheryl Reeve, the very coach who left Caitlyn Clark off the Olympic roster. This was one of the toughest games of the season, but Caitlyn still showed why she's the biggest star in the league, even in the face of adversity.
Opportunity and no contact play. Clark hangs and gets the and one. And listen to the fans.
Caitlyn started the game the way she always does, fearless. She opened with a logo 3 that didn't connect, but that didn't slow her down. On the next play, she brought the ball up the court, accelerated, then stopped on a dime, leaving her defender touching earth. With the paint packed, she kicked it out to Kelsey Mitchell on the wing, but the shot didn't fall.
Clark almost double dribble.
Transition was the name of the game, and Caitlyn knew it. She pushed the pace, moved to the left side, and waited for Mitchell to cut, setting her up with an easy dime.
Quiet last night. 2 points for Carlton last night, and then Mitchell.
And that was just the beginning. In another fast break, Caitlyn saw Leah Boston inside and fed her in the paint. where Boston powered through for the bucket.
Double team comes against Boston, and she finds her way through it.
But even as Caitlyn kept feeding her teammates, the shots weren't falling like they should.
Wow, that was ahead to Samuelson, a nice lead.
So, she took matters into her own hands. Coming off a handoff, she used a quick step to shake her defender and drove to the basket, drawing a foul with the contact.
Making an impact early as she gets into the game. Aggressive defense, hitting her shots.
Clark into the defense. That is.
She calmly drained both free throws. On the next play, she ignored the screen, attacked her smaller defender, and stepped back for a mid-range jumper.
Clark little step back. And after hitting 2 free throws, Clark hits her next basket over Heidemann.
Caitlyn kept putting her defenders on skates, but not every shot was a hit.
Free for the 3.
Still, her mere presence was enough for Coach Reeve to adjust, doubling her in the second quarter. But Caitlyn wasn't fazed. Bringing the ball up the court, she used the screen, not once, but twice, to force a switch and find an open teammate for an easy bucket.
Much to me in my basketball journey, and just to watch this.
Moments later, she set up another play, using a screen to get the ball to Kelsey Mitchell, who drained a 3.
He matters too. That's right. And
The Fever were down by 10, but Caitlyn wasn't backing down. She used off-the-ball movement to fake a handoff, got herself wide open on the wing, and drained a 3.
Clark.
Next play, no screen needed. Caitlyn went one-on-one, blew by her defender, and finished with a contested layup.
Clark weaving her way through. It's 9 for 9 now for the Fever in this quarter.
If it's working, why change it? After another screen from Boston, Caitlyn cut to the basket, finished through contact, and completed the and one.
Break opportunity and a no contact play. Clark hangs and gets the and one.
But Minnesota wasn't going to let her keep doing it. On the next play, Caitlyn hit a pump fake that sent her defender flying, but she couldn't finish at the rim.
For Clark, a block against Caitlyn. And McBride goes
Frustrated with herself on that one because she had a great look. That's one of my favorite things.
On the other end, she tried to make her mark on defense, but ended up committing a foul. With the first half winding down, the Fever needed a spark, and Caitlyn delivered.
the three-pointer is good.
She makes it look so easy when she does it that way.
With the score tight and just a 1-point difference, Caitlyn opened the second half, looking to extend the lead. She went to her favorite spot for 3, but the defense was all over her.
Overall, 26 boards in this game.
And the refs weren't giving her any calls. Time to pass the rock. She attacked the paint, drew a double team, and kicked it out to Mitchell at the top of the key for a 3.
Hands it off to Mitchell, Kelsey Mitchell.
As Minnesota pulled ahead by 12, Caitlyn knew it was time to step up. Using a screen from Boston, she pulled up from deep and nailed it.
Offensive possessions for Indiana.
The Fever then put her in an ISO play, where she cooked her defender, stepping back for another 3.
Boards getting some second chance opportunities.
Clark gets herself free and hits a three-pointer, creating that shot.
But Coach Reeve had seen enough. The Lynx started doubling Caitlyn every time she touched the ball, forcing her out of her rhythm and into some clumsy mistakes.
And the trailer is Boston. Clark will take another look with 13 on the shot clock. And a travel. Boy, that was strange. Caitlyn.
Even when they forced her out of her comfort zone, Caitlyn found ways to make plays. She drove into the paint and forced some points.
Clark loses Heidemann and rolls it in.
The Lynx tried to slow down her pace in transition, but when they slipped up, Caitlyn sent a full court pass for a quick bucket.
Made. Shot from deep tonight. Indiana.
In another transition play, she pushed the ball up in a 3-on-2, looking for Mitchell. But the defense kicked the ball away, spoiling the play. Still, Caitlyn wasn't done. On the next possession, a smart cut by Lexi Hull gave Caitlyn another easy dime, bringing the Fever within 3 points with 6 minutes left.
Speaker on her backpack. And Lindsay be like, "You just don't."
But relying on her teammates too much in the final minutes didn't yield the results they needed. Even when Caitlyn tried to rally late, it wasn't enough.
Burning up the court. Gets the bucket
Minnesota held on for the win, but Caitlyn still proved why she's one of the best in the league. If you end up enjoying this video, why not subscribe? It's free, and you can always change your mind. Caitlyn Clark, back breaking records, can't even count it anymore, tying the rookie record with 85 for total three-pointers, and setting a record high attendance for a WNBA game in Georgia. This was the 5th time this season that a team's attendance record has been broken with the Fever as the visitors. As they take on the Atlanta Dream, Caitlyn Clark posted 19 points and 7 assists, along with 7 rebounds, 2 steals, and a block. And that block, oh, that was just plain disrespectful. She went up with the 2 hands. She even pulled out a slick behind-the-back pass that had the crowd on their feet, but her teammates just couldn't connect on the dime. In the first quarter, the entire WNBA held its breath when Caitlyn Clark tweaked her ankle on a non-contact play. One of those moments that makes you cringe because it usually means fatigue from playing full games might be setting in. Thankfully, she shook it off and kept pushing. Clark came back in the second quarter starting off hot, shaking off that ankle tweak as if it never happened. She was back to her usual self, dishing out assists in fast breaks like a maestro conducting an orchestra. And of course, her partner in crime, Kelsey Mitchell, was right there to finish those dimes, turning Clark's pinpoint passes into easy buckets. The dynamic duo was in full effect, and the Dream just couldn't keep up. She even had a bit of luck on her side with one three-point attempt. Missed it, but the basketball gods were watching as the ball bounced right back to her for another shot. And you know, Caitlyn doesn't miss twice. Kelsey Mitchell was locked in from beyond the arc too, sinking another 3 in the corner with pure confidence. She was on fire all night, and it showed as she went on to score a career-high 29 points. With Mitchell and Clark clicking like this, the Fever were simply unstoppable. But with Caitlyn dishing out those wide-open passes, everyone on the floor got involved. She made sure the whole team ate, spreading the ball around like a seasoned vet. And just when the defense thought they had her figured out, she reminded them why she's a star. When you reach, she teaches. Clark capped off the night with a slick behind-the-back move. Once she saw that move was working, she didn't turn back, hitting a repeat, but this time from the arc. And of course, Caitlyn kept getting Kelsey Mitchell involved, setting her up for those clutch moments. But while Mitchell was thriving, some of the other teammates were really struggling to convert those easy, wide-open layups, missing not just once, but twice. It was frustrating to watch, especially with Clark serving up perfect dimes on a silver platter. Luckily, Lexi Hull was there to clean up the mess, not missing those chances and helping Caitlyn Clark notch her 7 assists. It's clear Clark could have easily hit double digits if a few more of those layups had fallen. In the end, those key plays contributed to a hard-fought 5-point win on the night, sealing the deal and showing that even when things get tough, the team can count on their core players to step up. Caitlyn Clark just shattered another record.
Can do better. My goodness, just the pace and scoring in this matchup.
Clark, 3-point barrage in Indiana.
In her 31st game, Clark nailed her 86th three-pointer, surpassing the rookie record set by Ryan Howard of the Atlanta Dream in 2022. But it wasn't all sunshine.
2 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists. 5-point game. Ty Harris, offensive foul. It's on Alyssa Thomas.
And right from the start, Indiana's young gun came out swinging. But the first effort were met with tough love. Each drive to the basket felt like a battle, and Caitlyn got jumped early.
Figure out who was going to be that person to bring that spark for me off the bench as Carrington picks Clark's pocket right there.
But just when things seemed dire for Indiana, 22 decided it was time for a rescue mission.
Time and space, and that's the key word I think for Clark is the space and the pace. Drills it to make it a 1-point game. First 3 of the night for Caitlyn Clark.
And she put some serious power into those drives, forcing her way through the defense and drawing fouls in the process.
Just something that she's done a great job of so far.
A phrase she often uses is activity.
Caitlyn cranked up her playmaking wizardry, threading passes through tight spaces. But her teammates didn't fully believe in the magic she was weaving.
Points. Pick, roll, Boston. Blocked by Bonner. Dejanay.
What? They're showing out right now.
Up and down we go.
Passes that should have led to easy buckets were fumbled and opportunities slipped through their fingers. The chemistry that should have turned her genius into points was missing, and she got a taste of her own recipe on the other end.
That's true. One way to put it. Oh, nice move by Harris, the behind the back.
Atlanta brought the score back within 2 points, closing the gap. Sensing the shift in momentum, CC tried to restore more comfort, but with her and her teammates struggling to connect, the game felt like it was teetering on a knife's edge. It was clear that this game needed a spark, and who else but Lexi Hull to light that fire.
Dangerous. It is tough when you lose that first game, but the defense there from Thomas.
And Hull made it anyway.
But Atlanta wasn't about to let the Fever enjoy that 3-point cushion just yet.
1% from 3 for Hull. Mabry answers.
Therefore, the star had to step up. It was up to number 22 to take matters into her own hands and go back to back to back.
Just the pace and scoring in this matchup.
Clark, 3-point barrage in Indiana.
But Caitlyn Clark wasn't done yet. As she continued to work her magic, it found a believer in Lexi Hull.
Clark, scanning, kicking, Hull 3.
And then the dominoes started to fall as Aaliyah Boston decided to join the party as well.
Olympian and Alyssa Thomas just won her first Olympic gold medal.
But just as Smith looked to join the surge, the refs called her for a chicken wing.
Between these two. An offensive foul there on Melissa Smith.
This call snuffed out that little spark of momentum, dimming the light Caitlyn Clark had ignited in her team.
Clark to Mitchell.
The offensive seemed to take the wind out of their sails, halting the Fever's rhythm and leading to rookie mistakes.
That's where her strength is going to come from.
Even in year 15, age 37, Indiana gives it away.
But luckily, as if by some stroke of fortune, a ghost seemed to block that layup. After a full court snipe by Caitlyn, Kelsey Mitchell stepped up to show everyone how to properly finish wide opens.
Against, to get a win over a team.
And Caitlyn had to let it fly after putting her defender on skates.
56, Caitlyn Clark, step back, 3 is cash.
But this was answered right away by her match rival, Carrington.
Room for, and that's one of them, but
Caitlyn took this challenge to heart, locking eyes with Carrington and going right at her with a burst of speed.
Out there on an island, and she makes Indiana pay for it.
The Dream felt Caitlyn's unmatched presence dominating the court and knew they had to do something drastic to slow her down. So they resorted to setting up a screen from hell.
4 assists, 5-point game. Ty Harris, offensive foul. It's on Alyssa Thomas. That's her third.
But whatever broke her only made her stronger. There was no stopping Caitlyn's facilitating, even as her teammates didn't.
2 months, Frank Benlay.
So she knew she had to take matters into her own hands yet again.
Welcome to the party, Marina. We missed you.
Clark splits 2.
However, the Dream wouldn't let that slide, with Carrington jumping in to challenge her yet again.
There for a second. Clark has it back with 10 seconds. Carrington dives on the deck, and they get into it in the corner. Dejanay Carrington and Caitlyn Clark.
But whatever challenge they threw at her, Caitlyn bounced right back.
The left hand. Run out.
And when her teammates started to pick up behind her, you knew this game was over.
8 of them. Clark flips it to Boston. Nelson Adota, UConn against South.
With the score tied and the tension at its peak, Kelsey Mitchell stepped up to break the deadlock.
Lockdown defender at Northwestern. 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Mitchell, not gonna happen. Offensive.
But the refs spoiled the moment, calling an illegal screen that wiped out Kelsey Mitchell's clutchness. It was clear that the team needed someone to step up once more. That someone was number 22, Caitlyn Clark.
90 seconds left. Caitlyn Clark goes by Burton. Caitlyn Clark gives Indiana the lead.
This would seal the deal for the Fever and cap off another historic night for Caitlyn Clark.
Fouling? They will not. The Indiana Fever avoid the sweep.
Ever wonder what her best game was this season? Click here. Caitlyn Clark versus Angel Reese is not even a debate anymore.
The Sky shooting 38%. Caitlyn Clark, another three-pointer. 6 threes on the night.
a career high in points and 12 dishes. While her rival hid in the shadows, she did not just break rookie records, but shattered all times. But the Sky channeled their inner Draymond Green to stop her.
For 29 points, gets tripped up.
And right from the start, 22 came out swinging, immediately recognizing the missing defender and isolated Aaliyah Smith on an island.
To be more aggressive offensively.
With the Chicago Sky keeping up, Caitlyn knew she had to put some more fear in their hearts.
She has stepped up her game in that opportunity. Caitlyn Clark for three, rattles it around for her first deep shot.
But Angel Reese had other plans, determined to keep the 8-12 lead strong.
Will be really important for both of these teams. Allen once again goes back to back.
Her teammate Allen was on fire and had no intention of letting that flame burn out.
Allen baseline look. The last 3 buckets from Lindsay Allen.
Even with Caitlyn's wizardry, placing Aaliyah Boston in perfect positions to disrupt the streak didn't change the Sky's plans.
Taking all night.
Caitlyn Clark, a dribbling exhibition, finds Boston, double team, all kinds of contact.
And Angel Reese made sure by solidifying that lead into double
Way
digits.
through, what a pass and a finish. Nice catch there from Angel Reese.
The Fever needed a spark, someone to pull them out of the gutter, and who else but 22.
WNBA player that has recorded consecutive 20-plus point rebounds.
But the Sky answered quick, giving the Fever no time to think.
Was you? What does it mean to have those comparisons?
With the score at 24-11 in favor of the Sky, Caitlyn knew the Fever had to respond, and fast.
Bro, I love the way Caitlyn Clark is playing.
To counter Angel Reese, the Fever made a high IQ move by subbing in their defensive behemoth, Timmy Fogbenlay. The shift was immediate.
We're looking for Reese. Fogbenlay tips it away and off and running. Caitlyn Clark whips a pass, thread the needle. My goodness, what a play!
In this shift, they closed the lead down to 26-23, fighting their way back. With the first quarter clock winding down, they found themselves with a golden opportunity to tie. However, it became clear that Fogbenlay was stretching beyond the imagination.
Caitlyn Clark against Dana Evans, 3 on the quarter clock. Fogbenlay misses everything.
And this would not be the last time. Despite her defensive dominance, her offensive liabilities would surface.
Find about when she would return. Turnover on the first possession, and the Fever ended the first quarter on a 12-2 run and tried to build.
Luckily for the Fever, Angel Reese was still missing layups, giving Indiana's golden child all the opening needed to start cooking.
On this possession, Loco shot! Loco make for Clark!
Even when Angel Reese put more of her moves on display, Fever's super sub proved to be her kryptonite.
His turn, spinning off her left shoulder and walked with it.
This gave CC the time and space to give some of her sharpshooting lessons on the other end.
The end of the first quarter, Clark again, heating up.
Heating up indeed, showing that 2020 vision.
Fogbenlay with a huge block. An absolute wall at the rim leads to that, Eric.
And just like that, it was a close game again. With Caitlyn Clark still on fire, the vision didn't end, dishing out assists to her Robin.
She's having the best three-point shooting season of her career, but she can also bang in the paint.
CC ignited a spark, giving Kelsey Mitchell more confidence to let it fly.
5 of 10 right now from behind the arc.
Speaking of, a long shot.
Even with the hot streak, Robin will never be Batman.
Winding down, nearly a shot clock violation for the Sky. Caitlyn Clark leaks out, can't get to it.
The Fever pushed their lead up to double digits, 43-33, with Caitlyn Clark firmly at the reins. But the Sky were far from backing down.
Stays with it, that's that strength that you admire so much, and finds Panama.
However, 22 gave it no mind, driving without even looking if it went in, silencing Chicago's crowd.
To find a way to get Rachel Banham going, that's one way.
Count the packets! Caitlyn Clark has an and one.
And scoring aside, collecting dimes had become her new hobby, just like they were infinity stones.
He's got 14 in the game. Clark.
Hey guys, now right here I was just honestly confused on if I had to take the ball back or I could just lay it up. I had got my head a little bit too much. It was really extremely hot this day, by the way, everybody. Almost 100 degrees again.
To Hull.
And unfortunately, it was just a hobby.
Clark Tried that difficult pass.
With the second quarter coming to an end, Angel Reese decided to step out of the shadows with a midi that would make any coach cringe.
Reese along two, trails it.
But it was Caitlyn Clark who would have the last laugh.
Shuffle pass to Allen, who looks for Reese again, but Wheeler's in the way, and the Fever leak out Caitlyn Clark. A layup draw for her.
Ending the quarter with the Fever leading 47-43. The third quarter, however, started just how the second had finished, with the Splash Girls taking over.
Kelsey Mitchell claims 8 assists, 15 points in the first half, looking to add to her tally. Ooh.
The Sky threw everything they had to stop the rainstorm, but their efforts only seemed to make it worse.
That ball screen to create a shot for herself.
Clark with the step back and gets fouled.
Caitlyn Clark, cool under pressure, stepped up to the free throw line and sank every single shot, extending the Fever's lead to 54-46. Still in the third quarter, with plenty of time left on the clock, the game remained wide open. Anything could happen, and anything did happen.
Drills a three-pointer.
But Caitlyn Clark wasn't backing down either. She knew this was a crucial moment, and instead of trying to do it all herself, she trusted in her teammates to finish the job.
Personals, Diamond DeShields has checked in, trying to defend Caitlyn Clark. Smith, 1-foot runner.
And with the Sky finishing wide open layups like this, there was nothing left for Caitlyn Clark to fear.
Worthwhile to see the reactions of these Fever players getting to meet those two stars.
Except for one player who refused to let the game slip away, the Sky's Black Air Force Warrior.
Inside 2 minutes left in the third, Caitlyn Clark has checked back in.
With the threat of injury looming, CC made a strategic decision. Instead of putting herself directly on the front line, she chose to move the pieces on the chessboard. Unfortunately, not every piece was in place.
Oh, Fagbenle.
But the ones that were made her look like a grand master.
A guard, but so effective in the paint. And Boston tonight, they've had to work to get to the 9. 38%, but
It was obvious that Temi Fagbenle was unstoppable on defense. Her presence in the paint, acting as a wall against the Sky's offensive efforts. However, as the game wore on, it became increasingly clear that Fagbenle was turning out to be a bit of a one-trick pony.
Back to Fagbenle. It's her. Fagbenle, no. Boston, another rebound. Over to Teme, blocked by Cardoso.
Luckily for the Fever, their lead was pretty much secured at 87-71 in the fourth quarter, and most of the offense didn't need help.
Hole in the corner. She's got the last 6 for the Fever.
With a lead like that, Caitlyn could have easily sat this one out at this point, but she wasn't about to take a back seat. She was hungry for more.
The Sky shooting 38%. Caitlyn Clark, another three-pointer. 6 threes on the night.
With 6 threes on the night, Caitlyn Clark was in the zone. The game had slowed down for her, and with the Fever comfortably ahead, she decided to have a little fun, channeling her inner globetrotter.
Eyes up, always looking at the clip behind the back pass. Turnover.
But with the Black Air Force Warrior back on the floor, that fun was immediately shut down.
Here's Clark. For 29 points, gets tripped up.
This would have been enough for Caitlyn Clark on the night. 31 points and 12 assists. It marked her 5th game this season with at least 20 points and 10 assists, setting a new record for the most in a single season. Historic. With the game in hand and the spotlight on her, a new conversation has begun. Caitlyn Clark for MVP. How do you feel about Caitlyn's chances? Is she your pick, or do you think someone else should take the crown? Let me know in the comments below. Caitlyn Clark responds to Angel Reese's WNBA record in the only way she knows how.
Her coach sides in this team.
Clark comes back and answers.
I saw the adjustment just now.
And even her second in command, Kelsey Mitchell, was getting in on the action.
I was at a basketball camp every day with him. Mitchell outside, and she's got another 3. Her second of the ball game to move to 18.
But with Arike Ogunbowale in the building, it wasn't going to come easy.
That's exactly what she did. They just can't let her go off. Enrique, oh my! Another three, her fifth of the ball game.
And right from the start, Indiana's second young gun came out swinging.
In the loss, now she goes in the paint, rolls it over the front of the rim.
But Ogunbowale didn't hesitate either, showing off the range.
Enrique buries the three.
Struck by Enrique Ogunbowale's accuracy, Caitlyn tried to match it, but early on, the gun was jammed. However, this didn't stop 22 from making plays, and Kelsey Mitchell was thinking the same way.
Clark comes down, there's one of those long passes. Oh, little French pastry from Kelsey Mitchell.
That's going to be all over the highlights around the world.
With the spotlight on Caitlyn Clark, Kelsey Mitchell found herself in the perfect position to capitalize.
Scoring 18-5, and she's got 4 already.
And when Caitlyn Clark did have the ball, the game seemed to slow down, as if she was in complete control of time itself. She picked out her teammates effortlessly, threading passes through the defense with precision.
Been, shall we say, spectacular this year, Melissa Smith.
But Arika was on a warpath, determined to keep the lead for the Dallas Wings.
In the last 3 games, running after a rebound. And Enrique knocks down the three.
Unfortunately for the Fever, their shots just didn't connect, leaving the Wings in the lead, 12-10. And with Enrique still on fire, that lead would only widen.
In their locker rooms, and that's why they're successful. Oh yeah, she's successful too.
She showed she was not only a scorer, but could also dish the ball around.
On the drive, no. Tip, nice job, Maddie Segrist.
The Fever were clumsy at times, struggling to find their rhythm and turning the ball over. But with Kelsey Mitchell on the floor, there was always a sense of hope. But most importantly, keeping the score close.
Mitchell buries the three. That was pretty.
Now what a shot.
But there was always an answer. Enrique kept going back to back.
Olympic break, the best in the league.
And then Dallas answers again.
With 22 on the floor, this was a challenge she couldn't refuse, matching 3 for 3.
Every field goal made has been 3, and Clark gets her first field goal of the afternoon.
With 2 minutes left in the first quarter, Caitlyn Clark took charge and got the Fever back in the lead, 19-18.
About the coaching and how they were able to keep people together.
However, Enrique was not done yet either, determined and ready to make history.
That's exactly what she did. They just can't let her go off. Enrique, oh my! Another three, her fifth of the ball game.
Enrique made a statement in the first quarter by draining 5 threes. Her scorching performance sent a clear message to the Fever. They had some serious work on their hands. But in the second quarter, it was just more of the same, an intense back and forth battle. Mitchell started to cook. However, Enrique responded right back.
He definitely is. We did the WBL together.
With the score at 26-29 and the Fever trailing, Caitlyn knew it was time to tap into some of her magic.
Clark, 2 of 6 shooting. She's got 5 points. Inside, Smith launches.
The score was still tight at 37-37, and this was just what the Fever needed.
Are dominating in free throws.
Clark knocks down her second 3 of the ball game.
Nalissa Smith was feeling the magic too, getting busy under the rim.
Clark, no place to go. Nice defense, Sheldon. Smith, nice move.
And she was quick to return the favor, feeling the chemistry with CC.
Caitlyn on one side, she wants it, she got it, she lays it.
And did I mention?
However, late in the second quarter, Enrique decided to turn up again, reigniting her scoring spree and keeping the Wings flying high.
Great in your own right back in the day, so anytime you can say that about Enrique, I'm sure she would appreciate.
With just a few seconds left in the second quarter and momentum firmly on her side, Enrique seized the moment and forced the lead for the Wings.
Wings throw it up ahead to Enrique, and Enrique got it!
The All-Star MVP seemed destined to make something groundbreaking, carrying the Dallas Wings on her back throughout the first half. But as the second half began, her teammates stepped up and cut her some slack.
Shot 2 with 3 on the shot clock, nothing but the bottom of the net. shot.
But Kelsey Mitchell wasn't fazed by the Wings. She responded by going back-to-back.
In the NBA with Hubie, I was at a basketball camp every day with him. Mitchell outside, and she's got another three.
On the other end, Seitu Sabali was thinking the same way.
Oh my goodness!
The Olympian for Germany.
Dallas regained the lead, and Arika, sensing the flow state, was ready to break the record for three-pointers.
3-point attempts.
How about Enrique?
With the score at 58-52 and the Fever letting the game slip away, 22 knew it was time to inject some life back into her team.
Her coach sides in this team.
Clark comes back at it.
But not long after her surge, Caitlyn Clark was tested, and this time she stumbled.
Needed that. And here comes J.C. Sheldon. Clark trailing. That's going to be a hard foul. Are they going to look at it?
The Fever were on their last leg, trailing 62-52, the biggest lead of the game for the Wings. Dallas, sensing victory within reach, wasn't holding back.
Up ahead, flash. Off face to Sato and takes it herself.
What a move by Natasha Howard.
And Caitlyn Clark was in the midst of a real struggle.
He's at the appropriate time.
Howard with a rejection.
With the defense focusing heavily on Caitlyn, doubling her and cutting off her driving lanes, it inadvertently left her teammate Kelsey Mitchell with free reign.
Up ahead, Clark, beautiful pass to Mitchell. You talked about it at the open.
But with Arike still not losing that heat, every move made was quickly answered.
With Hall, with Caitlyn.
And Enrique got a new career high and three-pointers made.
Her 8th three-pointer of the game was nothing short of cinematic. It felt like watching a highlight reel in real time, and as if scripted, Mitchell answered right
30
back.
in the ball game, her 6th 30-point effort today. And then Mitchell fouled by Enrique. They're going to replay it. Enrique cannot believe it.
With Enrique finally taking a rest, the Fever knew they had a golden opportunity to chip away at the deficit before the fourth quarter. Sensing the moment, it was Caitlyn Clark who stepped up to lead the charge.
Oh, great play, and it ends up in Caitlyn Clark getting her 19th point.
But despite Caitlyn Clark's valiant efforts,
Is the president of the NBA players.
It wasn't enough to completely overcome the Wings' lead. The third quarter ended with the Wings still ahead, 74-70. So in the fourth quarter, with the extra defense on her, CC's teammates needed to step up if the Fever were going to overcome the Wings.
Boston season opening. Satu closes. Count the basket and a foul.
Luckily, they understood the assignment.
Fourth 20-point game in 7 games and from way downtown.
But the Wings were quick to answer, leaving the Fever in need for something special.
You're not seeing them.
Clark from way downtown parries it.
It's an end.
3 players in double figures. Clark again with another 3.
Caitlyn Clark delivered just what the Fever needed, a clutch double that finally put them back in the lead. And to keep the lead, her partner Kelsey Mitchell showed up in the big moment.
Yep. Mitchell over Sheldon, buries the 3.
It was a neck-and-neck race to the finish line, as Enrique showed no signs of slowing down.
Weird, but nobody really talked that much about her.
I know. And the 3 goes down. Enrique, her 9th three-pointer. She's got 30.
At this point, it was all about consistency, and Kelsey Mitchell did not disappoint.
There it is, and she buries the 3.
And unfortunately for Arike Ogunbowale, you can't do it all yourself.
Lead is a half a dozen. Enrique tried to cut it in half. Home with a big rebound. And the foul by Tierra McCowan.
Caitlyn Clark had an impressive night, posting 28 points and 12 assists, as the Indiana Fever overcame a record-tying 9 three-pointers from Enrique in a thrilling 193 victory over the Dallas Wings. Kelsey Mitchell was unstoppable, leading the charge with 36 points and a clutch 3 in the fourth, taking the Fever over the line. I hope you enjoyed this game breakdown, so like and subscribe if you did, so you won't miss the next one. Caitlyn Clark shut her haters up once again.
She's Rookie of the Month, Player of the Month, back-to-back Player of the Week.
She's collecting awards like kids collect candy on Halloween. But is it all enough to clinch a WNBA playoff spot? Tonight, Caitlyn proved why she should be MVP, dropping her 103 of the season, fastest in WNBA history, and, just for good measure, pulling off her second career triple-double, sending the crowd into a frenzy.
It's up, it won't go, Clark pulls it down, and this building knows what that means.
She started the game the way she always does, coming in hot. Right out the gate, Caitlyn put her defender on skates, pulled up for a three, and bricked it. But the Sparks had their priorities straight. Don't let Caitlyn get in her bag. They blitzed her on the screen, sending the double like she was the one holding the lottery ticket.
Dallas too, and that's an over and back on Indiana.
After 2 minutes of ugly basketball, Caitlyn finally broke the seal, dishing a laser to Kelsey Mitchell, who zoomed to the rim for the easy layup.
Break, and you can't let Kelsey Mitchell get going because she has been phenomenal in the last 7 games.
On the other end, Dorica Hamby went to work down low, flexing her post moves and getting the Sparks on the board.
She's pulling away a big lead in that category.
The game started as messy as your friend's 3-on-3 at the local gym. Sloppy passes, turnovers, just plain bad basketball. But then, Kelsey Mitchell decided it was time to stop playing around. She put her defender in the blender, hit a smooth jumper, and got the Fever rolling.
In her career.
Here's Mitchell putting on the moves, and Mitchell, this has been quite a heater for Kelsey Mitchell. The leading scorer in the Eastern Conference out of the...
Caitlyn wasn't about to let that moment pass her by. She cooked that same defender again and pulled up for one of her trademark step-back threes.
Step back, hits a three.
There's always a different energy in the building.
Fast forward to the next play. Caitlyn's in transition. She's slicing and dicing through the defense like she's in a video game. Changes pace, hits the lane, and
showing off the moves, Clark
smokes the layup. Even the best have their moments. Meanwhile, the Sparks weren't exactly sitting quietly. They kept answering back, and after 2 and 1 layups, they took the lead.
NBA as Odyssey Sims gets inside and finishes. They are prone to pull off the upset.
While the Fever racked up turnovers like they were going out of style. Coach called a quick timeout, and out of the huddle, Caitlyn was back in kill mode. Ignoring the screen like it didn't even matter, she barreled straight to the hoop and finished strong over Odyssey Sims.
The hesitation, Clark gets inside and lays it in.
17-12 for the Fever now, and Kelsey Mitchell kept the pressure on with a bucket of her own.
Mitchell, catch and shoot, whistle there too, hit a three. And let's check on where this foul is.
The Sparks hit a 3 to get right back in it though. And with the Fever making more sloppy mistakes, LA hit back-to-back triples to take the lead.
Burrell, who's just checked in, and Nurse dials up a three.
21-18. 30 seconds left in the quarter, and Caitlyn wasn't about to let that slide. They cleared the floor, went ISO, and let Caitlyn go to work.
On the baseline, knocking it down from the mid-range.
That's a beautiful mid-range.
In the second quarter, the Sparks came out with energy, blowing by Caitlyn on a drive, leaving her behind like she missed the bus.
You can say that about the Indiana Fever.
But of course, Caitlyn wasn't going to let that go unanswered. She drove straight into the heart of the defense.
Upset win here in May. Clark draws the foul and
drew a foul and calmly sank both free throws. Then, on the next play, she set up Dantas perfectly off the pick and roll for a wide open bucket.
Clark on the bounce, Dantas charging inside and finishing.
But here comes Kia Nurse, proving she's got the hot hand tonight. She drained a 3, then came back with a filthy step-back midi that had the Fever fans biting their nails.
Nurse stepping back and rattles that one home. So Kia.
With a couple more Fever turnovers, the Sparks brought it all the way back to 31-30 midway through the second. And they didn't stop there. Burrell came in off the bench and dropped another triple. And all of a sudden, the Sparks were up.
Now LA starting to make shots.
The Fever needed an answer, and fast. Kelsey Mitchell was ready for the challenge, pulling up for a 3 that splashed through the net like a stone in a pond. But the Sparks weren't done. They were on fire, hitting another from downtown.
And Stevens answers with a 3.
It seemed like the Fever couldn't stop them. Caitlyn got doubled near half court again, but somehow she rifled a bullet pass between 2 defenders, threading the needle to Aaliyah Boston for an easy 2.
Good feed into Boston with deep position.
Yet the Sparks still couldn't miss. Steven got left open at the top of the key, twice, and hit back-to-back threes that left the Fever looking helpless.
Again. Oh, doing her best.
6 threes in a quarter and a half. LA was cooking. The score sat at 42-37, and Indiana was in trouble. But with 2 minutes left in the second quarter, the Fever started to get it together. They made smart cuts and took advantage of mismatches, clawing their way back to within 1. Then, with the clock winding down, Boston hit a buzzer-beating layup to bring the Fever into halftime.
That's impressive.
Oh, Clark, beautiful find to a cutting Boston.
The third quarter started off rocky. The Sparks came right back with their Caitlyn double team, forcing another turnover.
Clark bouncing for Boston and gives it right back.
But Kelsey Mitchell wasn't having it, taking matters into her own hands.
On the drive, turns the corner and gets to the rim.
Forget about it. She gets to that left hand.
Alyssa Smith followed suit, working hard down low to put the Fever back in the lead.
The Olympic break, Smith going one-on-one, attacking Hamby and winning the back.
But it was like they had a blind spot for Steven. Once again, she was left wide open, and once again, she made them pay.
Here's Stevens lining up a triple.
The Sparks' game plan was all about making Caitlyn work for every inch. They blitzed her off every screen, forcing her to give up the ball.
There's that blitz. That's the way I want to start it. Kurt Miller has his team blitz, and it results in Aaliyah Boston getting a layup.
Then came the Caitlyn Clark special. She hit a cold-blooded crossover into a step-back 3.
Clark crossing over and dropping a 3.
Nailing her 100th triple of the season, the fastest player in WNBA history to reach that mark. And she wasn't done. She immediately followed it up by picking the Sparks' pockets, flying down the court for an easy transition layup.
And Chase, she won't get there.
It's just a different energy in the building.
She was heating up now, and everyone knew it. Caitlyn attacked again, taking it right to the rim for her third bucket in a row.
Drive, Clark hangs and banks it home.
So much better going downhill.
Single-handedly bringing the Fever to a 60-55 lead. The Sparks answered with a pull-up 3 from Nurse. But Caitlyn wasn't about to be outdone. She drained a 3 of her own, like a mic drop to end the third quarter with a 4-point lead.
Trying to answer, you bet.
So good.
By the time the fourth quarter rolled around, Tyrese Halliburton was on the sidelines looking like a kid at Christmas, loving every second of the show. The Sparks bench kept them alive, with Burrell nailing another 3. But Caitlyn kept reading the defense like a book, dishing the ball out to Boston for an easy bucket after every double team.
Boston spinning inside, right around McDonald.
Beautiful move.
And then Caitlyn really started to cook. Sims couldn't handle her off the dribble, and Caitlyn made her pay with a filthy crossover into another step-back 3. The crowd going wild.
It's a 3.
The Sparks were making mistakes left and right, and Caitlyn punished them every time. This time, she pulled off a behind-the-back pass to Boston, who finished with a bucket so easy it might as well have been a layup drill. But Burrell wasn't done, hitting her third 3 of the night. Yet, it felt like everyone in the building came to show off their range, including Kelsey Mitchell, who knocked down a 3 of her own.
So that's a deep 2, but she connects. He's now 2 shy of 20.
As the clock ticked down, Hamby went on a personal run, dropping 8 points in a single minute, bringing the game back within 3.
Attacking Boston, spin move, floats it up, gets it to go, and a foul for De'Erica Hamby.
The Sparks were close, but Alyssa Smith shut the door on them with a massive block on Hamby that felt like a statement.
There by Boston, inside for Hamby, sent back. Alyssa Smith closes the door at the rim.
With just 3 minutes left, Caitlyn was on the verge of another triple-double, needing 1 assist and 2 rebounds. Sims tried one last gasp, stealing the ball from Caitlyn and finishing an and-1 layup, bringing the game back to 3 points with 2 minutes to go. But the Fever stayed steady. Boston went to work in the paint, bullying her way to the basket for the clutch buckets that sealed the deal. And then, with 25 seconds left, the Sparks launched a desperation 3 that clanged off the rim. Caitlyn snatched the rebound, completing her second career triple-double, and the crowd lost their minds.
It's up, it won't go, Clark pulls it down, and this building knows what that means.
The Fever had clinched the playoffs, and Caitlyn Clark had made history. Again. Caitlyn Clark just put on an absolute three-point clinic against her doubters.
9% here in the first quarter. Clark looking aggressive. Clark launches and hits a three.
It wasn't just another game. Caitlyn was making history again, becoming the franchise leader in three-pointers and putting herself just 11 shy of breaking the WNBA record. But of course, when a player is shining that bright, the refs always seem to find a way to dim the lights.
Going against the Lynx. And Clark's got to be a little careful here. She has the 5 technicals, so she can afford one more, but technical number 7 results in a suspension.
Caitlyn started the game the way she always does, with tenacity and 20/20 vision.
Clark looking ahead and finds Boston.
Yeah, that's got to be a part of the scouting report.
Dishing out dimes and pulling defenders like puppets. Lynx guard Williams wasn't having it though. She fired right back with a slick pass of her own.
Ranked offense in the WNBA, and they've been playing well.
Not long after, Caitlyn slipped her defender and pulled up from deep range. It didn't drop, but Nalissa Smith was there, cleaning up the mess like the responsible teammate she is.
Smith with the offensive rebound, tried the reverse. Block, but a foul.
On the other end, Lynx star Collier tried to bully her way to the hoop, but Lexi Hull was not about to let that fly.
Good job recognizing the outside zone.
Oh, Collier met at the rim.
But wait, what's that? Whistle. The ref's calling a foul. You could almost see Caitlyn rolling her eyes. No matter. The Fever were undeterred. Kelsey Mitchell stepped up, draining a deep three like she was lining up a freebie.
Kelsey Mitchell catch and shoot, knocks down her first three.
Then she came right back, using a screen to slice through the defense like a hot knife through butter.
There's Mitchell, head full of steam, little scoop shots.
That seemed to wake Caitlyn up too. She grabbed the rebound, and with a half-court laser pass, she found running back Boston full speed for the finish.
And once again, it's Clark ahead to Boston.
But Collier, she wasn't going anywhere. Left open in the corner, she splashed a three, reminding everyone that this was going to be a dogfight all night long. Caitlyn tried to answer right back.
They want to get up and down. Here's Clark, catch and shoot. There's a whistle.
But of course, the ref swooped in to ruin the fun. And then it happened again. Same situation, but this time, Caitlyn bounced a pass through to Boston. The Lynx defender straight up kicked the ball like she was playing soccer, but the ref stayed silent. Lynx grabbed the steal and finished in transition, and you could feel the frustration building. But Caitlyn wasn't about to let the refs or the defense get in her head. On the next possession, she put the defender on skates, stepped into the paint, and hit a tough midi as smooth as ever.
She's a good defender too, and Clark, that was not easy, but got it to go.
Yeah, looked a little shaky there, but being able to go and stay with it.
Then she really started cooking. With her defender still catching their breath, she drew a foul, went to the line, and knocked down 2 free throws.
Shot faking the three, driving on Heidemann, leans in, flips it up, and draws the foul.
You could feel the momentum shift. Next play, with the defender in her face, Caitlyn pulled up without a care in the world. Bang.
Clark looking aggressive. Clark launches and hits a three.
I mean, it's just like clockwork, you know, at this point.
But let's be honest, even superheroes get tired. On the defensive end, Caitlyn let McBride cruise by her for a wide-open layup. Could she be running out of gas? Nope. Next play, she grabbed the rebound, hit the gas in transition like she was racing down the freeway, and found Kelsey Mitchell for an and one.
On one, she'll bounce for Mitchell. Mitchell got it to go, and a foul.
It's one way to do it. Get the crowd excited. Get in there, hit the three.
Caitlyn was playing like she had eyes in the back of her head. Lexi Hull kept the momentum rolling, snagging a steal and going coast to coast, but she got swatted at the rim like she was playing against Big Bro. Still, the Fever ended the first quarter with an 8-point lead, 27-19. But if you thought that was the end of Collier, think again. She came out swinging in the second quarter, putting the Lynx on her back.
It's one of the top defenses in the league as Collier forces her way in.
She brought them right back into the game, slashing the Fever's lead to just 3.
Zandalicini, 2 for 2 from out there.
The Fever needed a spark, and of course, Caitlyn delivered. She pulled up from deep and hit nothing but net.
Same energy, and especially that's one way to do it.
But Caitlyn's matchup, Heidemann, wasn't backing down either. She was handing out assists like Halloween candy, and the Fever's defense was starting to look a little shaky. But even with 2 defenders crowding her, Caitlyn wasn't fazed. She split them like she was parting the Red Sea,
Second rounder who's really found a spot in the WNBA. It's Clark.
On defense, though, the Fever were struggling. Heidemann was picking them apart. And when Caitlyn tried to find her teammates, it felt like they were playing hot potato. Caitlyn took a breather, and the Fever were barely holding on.
Adjusted to the refs and how they call the game.
Hines Allen, aggressive take. That won't fall, but Hines Allen, she is a monster.
When she came back, she started things off with a driving floater that had the crowd on their feet again.
Hesitation, Clark the floater.
There it is.
But just as she was heating up, the refs called off another 3 because of a tussle under the rim.
And Rossini's called for what is essentially a freedom of movement.
But Caitlyn kept grinding. She hit Boston with a perfect dime under the basket, setting her up for a bully bucket.
Double team lofts it up for Boston.
Just another connection there. Looked like she was going to go ahead and hit.
Then Caitlyn shut everyone up, including the refs, by finally nailing a 3 that counted.
Oh, look at Mitchell Clark playing catch. Hey, Clark cashes in on a 3.
Yeah, that was cool. They had their little...
That left Coach Cheryl Reeve looking stunned on the sidelines. The second quarter was a fever dream for sure, but the Lynx stayed close. 50-45, heading into halftime. Caitlyn was on fire at home, and you could tell she wasn't done yet.
Angling there into the corner. Good defense there by Carlton. Shot clock down to 5. Boston trying to create with the shot clock low, and Boston will.
The Lynx came out of halftime with a new game plan, fast pace, getting their shooters open.
A very new roster on the fly, and she is shining here in the second half of the season. Alana Smith.
Meanwhile, the Fever were getting clogged up in the paint. It felt like the Fever were stuck in a traffic jam.
In Chicago, he's taking that another step forward. Boston spinning into a double, just flips it up.
While the Lynx were cruising in the fast lane.
They're just getting a little bit more and more comfortable with each other.
Here's Smith rolling and finishing.
The Lynx went on a 14-0 run, swarming the paint like a hive of angry bees. It was rough for the Fever until Kelsey Mitchell finally stopped the bleeding.
Coming up and having that call.
Mitchell trying to get Indiana going, and she will.
But then, just as fast, Collier hit a 3 of her own.
Collier straight away, knocks down a...
canceling out Kelsey's hard work. Caitlyn knew it was her time to take over. She went coast to coast, got fouled, and went to the line, visibly frustrated with the refs. But the defense, non-existent.
Trying to hold down number 6, and they lose Alana Smith.
The Lynx were getting fast break points, like they were playing against a team of cones. With frustration building, Caitlyn turned it into fuel.
Been the lead all season long. Fever had their way with it in the first quarter. Clark trying to get Indiana started, and maybe that'll help.
But once again, the refs chimed in.
Williams will switch on to Boston. And a foul off the ball. It's going against.
The Lynx capitalized, hitting another 3 and swinging the momentum right back their way.
Williams steps into a 3 and knocks it down. It is.
And just when Caitlyn drove to the bucket, ready to spark another comeback, she got hacked at the rim, but no whistle. The Lynx took advantage of Caitlyn still on the floor.
And connects.
Stretching their lead to double digits. This would be her breaking point, forcing her to sit the rest of the quarter out to cool down. By the end of the third, the Fever were down by 12, and it felt like everything was slipping away. The Lynx were in full control, and the Fever couldn't catch a break, either from the defense or the refs. Caitlyn's fiery play was keeping them alive, but it was starting to feel like she was trying to climb a mountain with no help. The fourth quarter kicked off with a glimmer of hope for the Fever. Kelsey Mitchell got aggressive, breaking the scoreless streak.
Really good defensive sequence there for Minnesota. Mitchell on the drive, the floater, and she gets it to go.
And not long after, Caitlyn caught the Lynx defense sleeping.
And the Lynx are able to punish her.
Oh, corner 3, knocks it down.
The Fever had clearly adjusted their game plan, spacing the floor and focusing on perimeter shots, with Caitlyn setting up her teammates like she was conducting an orchestra.
Clark, Mitchell, wide open.
Momentum was building. Caitlyn kept her head up, feeding Boston in the post. And finally, the refs called a foul in the Fever's favor. The Fever were chipping away, but the Lynx were relentless. Every time the Fever seemed to get close, the Lynx would come right back with an answer. But then came Caitlyn's moment. After some great off-ball movement, she freed herself up for a moving 3, and bang.
Setting up Clark, ABC.
Beautiful basketball, great.
She wasn't done. On the next possession, she used a screen from Boston to perfection. waiting for the Lynx's blitz, then dishing it right back to Boston under the basket for a bully bucket.
Boston one bounce and lays it in.
Caitlyn had brought the game back to within 1, and on the other end, she wasn't letting up defensively either.
Going offensively here in the fourth.
But fatigue was setting in, leaving the door open for the Lynx to capitalize.
Williams launches and hits a three. Big shot.
The Fever tried to respond with a shot of their own, but missed opportunities were piling up. Even when the Fever made a stop, luck wasn't on their side.
Denial, and Mitchell
The frustration was palpable, but Kelsey Mitchell wasn't done yet.
launches and hits a three.
An inside out.
That was off of Mitchell.
But just as quickly, the Lynx snatched the momentum right back. Every Fever highlight was being answered with an even bigger play by the Lynx. With time winding down, it was a game of cat and mouse. Caitlyn kept finding her open teammates.
From Bridget Carlton, Boston answers.
But the Lynx responded with a barrage.
And another impact play. And
when Caitlyn hit a big three, the Lynx came right back with an easy bucket inside. By the final minutes, the Lynx had stretched their lead to 10 points. The Fever needed a miracle, but without the defensive stops to slow the Lynx, it was too much to overcome. The game slipped away, and despite Caitlyn's heroics, the Fever couldn't mount the comeback. Another tough loss to the Lynx, leaving Caitlyn and her teammates hungry for revenge. Do you think the Fever can get their payback if they meet in the playoffs? Let me know in the comments below. Caitlyn Clark just had her first overtime game, and it was insane.
Benley, handoff Clark, launches and hits a three. We are level.
Clark posted her franchise record 14th double-double of the season for Indiana, but it was far from a solo show. Her teammates stepped up in crunch time, but Ryan Howard made sure it wasn't easy for the Fever.
Opening 2 possessions, a couple of stops. Howard shakes off hole and hits a three.
Ryan Howard.
From the jump, Caitlyn was on fire, barely touching the net.
Boston gets it back to Clark, sidesteps Howard. She will launch and knock down a three.
She came out ready to remind everyone why she stole that three-point record from Ryan Howard. But it wasn't Howard who answered back. It was Alicia Gray, like she was returning the favor in a game of horse.
Gray will try a three and knock it down.
Indiana, though, started off shaky with 4 turnovers in just 3 minutes. And the Dream, they weren't letting those mistakes slide. They punished every single one, turning Indiana's sloppiness into easy points.
Hillman has the size advantage on hole, plows through her. A defensive foul going on Indiana.
Luckily, Caitlyn snapped them out of it. She distracted the defense with her no-look passes and found Hull wide open for a three.
Inside, Hillman comes and help. Here's Lexi Hull, who does what Lexi Hull has been doing here out of the Olympic break.
Even when Caitlyn wasn't scoring, she was dishing out passes like a magician pulling rabbits out of hats. But with Ryan Howard in the building, there was no doubt a quick response was coming.
Early 3-point lead, and Ryan Howard erases it.
And even when Caitlyn was putting defenders in a blender,
in a 5-game span, you know what else is on that list?
There was no let-up.
More of a defensive issue, and Canada just gonna have to get rid of it and connects.
When Caitlyn did manage to break ankles, the refs stepped in to spoil the fun.
Should be matched up quicker than that.
Oh, Clark just spinning off Canada and an offensive foul. I think she might have got her with the elbow and she was spinning.
But thankfully, Kelsey Mitchell came through.
Celebrate her birthday as Mitchell turns the corner, fires up a dip.
And also knocking down a three like it was nothing.
Mitchell pulling up off balance, knocks it down.
Of course, the Dream didn't give her much time to celebrate.
It is a 2-point shot. Caldwell. Oh, she gets the friendly roll.
Mitchell hit back-to-back threes, and just when it seemed like Indiana had the momentum, the Dream finished the quarter ahead. It was one of those nights where every Fever bucket was met with a Dream answer. The key for the Fever going into the second was to chill on the fouls. But apparently, someone forgot to pass along that memo.
Hoisted up there, looked like she lost the handle midway up, and Fagbenle got tangled up there.
Thankfully, Fagbenle made it up. She blocked a shot like she was playing against her younger sibling, and then ran the floor for a bucket in transition.
She's going to try her luck on the offensive end. Fagbenle ducks in and finishes.
How about that, back-to-back?
But the Dream came back with another three, and it felt like they were telling the Fever, anything you can do, we can do better. So Caitlyn knew she had to do something they couldn't repeat.
You're probably going to have a team in rotation, and you're probably going to have some mismatches.
Clark, step back three. She connects.
You always think you're close enough to her on a long closeout.
That got her closer to breaking the all-time rookie points record, and you could feel the crowd buzzing. Still, Caitlyn didn't have to do it all herself. Lexi Hull got in on the action.
The handle on her way up, finds its way to Lexi Hull, who knocks down another.
But Indiana hadn't learned from their earlier mistakes, leaving the back door wide open, and Gray strolled right in.
Now Alicia Gray answers with a triple.
Caitlyn wasn't about to let that slide, sending a full court dime to Mitchell like she was playing quarterback.
She gets that much time.
Oh, pass ahead, Smith running the floor. Clark pays her off.
But with the Dream still up 39-35, Indiana needed more, and Hull delivered.
Hull fire away, 3 for 3.
Lexi Hull, shoot till your arm falls off.
After a quick challenge on a foul call, the Fever were ready to take control, but Ryan Howard wasn't having it.
Pass out of that. Put it right in the middle of the rim, and so too does Ryan Howard.
Even when Boston used a little bully ball to tie the score, the Dream came right back with an even better play.
She's got 8 Boston here in the first half, and Gray knocks down a 3.
And just when the Fever thought they were getting some love from the refs, you could feel the ref cheese building up.
Gray won the three-point shooting contest, and that's over and back right there.
Making it clear this was going to be a long night. By halftime, Indiana had 13 turnovers to the Dream's 1, but somehow they were only down by 2. It was like watching a team juggle flaming torches and somehow keep them all in the air. Canada made sure the Dream held onto their lead.
Chance opportunity to close out the half with Atlanta up by 2, and Canada splashes home a deep 2.
And Caitlyn? Let's just say she wasn't too thrilled heading into the locker room. Coming out of halftime, she got her smile back after some fan interaction, but that didn't last long.
Atlanta. Howard looks inside for Charles, blocked by Smith. Charles on a third effort, gets it up, gets it to go. Not how you wanted to start the third if you're Indiana.
And then Lexi Hull got a dancing lesson from Howard.
Atlanta, a couple of buckets out of the opening 2 possessions, a couple of stops. Howard shakes off Hull and hits a 3.
Ryan Howard. Dangerous out of the locker room. Good timeout by Christy Sides.
The Dream went on a scoring spree, with everyone getting involved. It was like they were hosting a basketball clinic, stretching their lead to 63-48. Finally, Kelsey Mitchell broke the streak.
Scoreless since the first quarter. Mitchell on the drive, scoop shot, and gets the roll.
And then she got a steal and went on a solo mission.
Howard is back. It's 1-on-1. Mitchell's going to pull a 3. How's that for confidence?
That got Caitlyn fired up. She forced a drive and earned herself some free throws, starting a 9-0 run that brought the score to 64-57. But just when it looked like the Fever were back, Ryan Howard decided to break the streak, hitting a clutch shot to stop Indiana's momentum. Still, the Fever had found their rhythm. Caitlyn dished it to Boston, who went to work down low.
Makes the pass, spins inside and finishes.
And after some fancy footwork from CC, Boston returned the favor.
Pressure all game.
Clark, a problem for Canada there.
Cutting the Dream's lead to just 3, 69-66. The fourth quarter was a continuation of the fireworks.
McBenley, handoff Clark, launches and hits a 3. We are level.
That moved her up to second in all-time rookie points. The crowd was going wild. She got a little too hyped though, pulling up from the logo in transition. But hey, even the greats miss from time to time. Not to worry. Caitlyn showcased her court vision.
Shorts. Clark launching ahead. Mitchell beats the pack back.
Keeping the Fever within striking distance. But Ryan Howard wasn't making it easy.
And here is Howard, transition 3.
She was everywhere, scoring and setting up her teammates like she had eyes on the back of her head.
Underneath, feeds it into Hillman, scoops it up, draws the foul, and an and 1.
What a great cut by Naz Hillman.
But Caitlyn's teammates had her back. Mitchell turned up the heat, getting another steal and hitting a transition 3.
With her emotions and still remaining a passion.
Hull came in clutch from deep, and Fogbenley was a force on defense. Boston? She was bullying her way to the rim, getting buckets when the Fever needed the most. Then, with less than a minute left, Caitlyn topped it off with a full court dime to Fogbenley for the game-tying bucket.
For Fogbenley, level again.
Beautiful. This is winning time right now
It was 88-88 with 44 seconds left, and the crowd was on their feet. Unfortunately, the dream went to Howard, who drew a foul and knocked down both free throws. Down by 2, Indiana needed a bucket to stay alive. Coach drew up the perfect play. Caitlyn dished it to Boston, who faked the handoff and bullied her way to the rim, tying the game and sending it to overtime.
Gets to the rim and ties the game.
It's a wonderful fake. It's an excellent execution.
Overtime kicked off with Caitlyn hitting a mid-range jumper to set the tone, but the Dream answered right back. It was a back-and-forth battle, with both teams trading buckets. Even Fagbenle was hitting jump shots, which made you realize it was truly a special night. But Indiana had something the Dream couldn't match: Boston's post play. She kept forcing buckets inside, and with 24 seconds left, the Dream were forced to foul, putting Caitlyn on the line. She calmly sank both free throws, putting the Fever in control. The Dream had one final opportunity.
Canada will hoist, and the Fever overcome a 16-point second-half deficit.
The Fever walked away with the win. Caitlyn finished with 26 points and 13 assists, but also racked up 9 turnovers. Boston had a career-high 30 points, outlasting Howard's impressive 36-point performance. What a night. Think the Fever can keep this momentum rolling? Let me know in the comments. Caitlyn Clark just faced her toughest challenge yet.
7 to down 7. The Fever had all of the energy early on. Championship medal of Las Vegas on full display, and Clark dropping a 3.
In her third matchup against the Las Vegas Aces, the team that has been a thorn in her side all season, Caitlyn and the Indiana Fever were looking for that elusive win, but the Aces had other plans. Their mission? Make sure Caitlyn Clark couldn't get involved.
Patient working inside the reverse. Owen took a big hit there on Jackie Young, and the foul does come, and for the second time here in the last minute, we have seen a heavy collision.
But from the start, the Fever didn't look like a team that had lost 2 straight. Caitlyn, always one step ahead, saw the double team coming and found a wide open Lexi Hull in the corner.
Aces play second fastest, Indiana third fastest, and Lexi Hull, the league's top 3-point shooter, is now over 70% out of the break.
For the first 3 minutes, the Aces couldn't score, until Aja Wilson, the league's leading scorer, reminded everyone why she holds that title.
Here's Aja Wilson knocking down her first look.
On the other end, the Aces had a clear game plan, contain Caitlyn with pure physicality. Even though they managed to slow her down, the Aces couldn't find their rhythm offensively, unless it was Wilson putting up points.
Range, where she's 2 for 2.
With all the defensive attention on Caitlyn, her teammates found opportunities to shine.
Clark lob it up, Kelsey Mitchell wide open, and knocks down a triple.
But Wilson's mid-range was automatic. She sank her third shot in a row like she was playing horse by herself.
During that time from the three-point line.
Wilson all mid-range and all day.
Caitlyn, feeling the pressure, knew she had to get on the scoreboard. She drove straight into the double team, muscling her way to the rim.
As Clark got around Stokes, gets to the rim, lays it in, and a foul.
Caitlyn Clark is going to go right.
On defense, though, Caitlyn wasn't as sharp. Her defender slipped right past her, but luckily, Nalissa Smith came through to save the day.
A fun matchup as Hayes gets underneath. Recovery there from Smith.
Instantly, Caitlyn was on the move, pushing the ball in transition and sending a perfect bounce pass to Kelsey Mitchell for the easy bucket.
He's away with it. Clark turning on the Jets, backdoor pass, Mitchell can't finish with the reverse.
It was a textbook fast break, and the momentum seemed to be shifting in the Fever's favor. But then Lexi Hull got a little too fired up. She tried to copy Smith's defensive heroics, but instead racked up 2 quick fouls.
Hayes on the aggressive drive, runs into Hull, and draws the foul.
The Aces quickly adjusted, shifting to their perimeter game, and just when it looked like the Fever had it figured out, Wheeler hit a clutch 3 to answer.
That high up on the college scoring charts as Wheeler buries a 3.
The game was starting to feel like a game of cat and mouse. One team hitting a shot, only for the other to come right back. When Caitlyn tried to join this flow with a big play ending the quarter, she got hit with a freight train of a defender. The Aces weren't letting her breathe, but in the second quarter, Caitlyn finally got the chance to finish what she started.
Championship medal of Las Vegas on full display, and Clark dropping a three.
However, it got spoiled soon after. She went up strong again, only to be met with an Oscar-worthy flop from the defender.
Open up a lane to the rim.
So Clark pushed off on the drive.
The frustration was mounting, especially with the aces getting away with a few no calls of their own, taking advantage to pull away.
Olsen into a double team, out to Alicia Clark.
With Lexi Hull continuing her foul streak, the Fever were in trouble. It became clear that they weren't going to win this game by matching physicality. The aces were winning the foul game and using it to their advantage.
Right up the gut and draws the foul. Mitchell 1-on-2, but does not care.
Even a glimmer of hope with the Clark-Boston connection.
Played very sparingly out of the Olympic breaks. Boston the hesitation and bounces it home.
Was quickly snuffed out by yet another Aja Wilson dagger.
Meaning she's not trying to let her get it back. Oh, they're calling jump ball on that.
And then, in came a new face off the bench for Indiana. An odd one out, rarely seen on the court.
I don't know if Leah's going to get one or not. I'm sure she is.
Here's Wallace.
With so few minutes to prove herself, it wasn't the night for Wheeler to make an impact.
Hesitation, just trying to bully her way inside, and she stepped out of bounds. No, they call it for traveling.
Meanwhile, the other Clark, Alicia Clark, was making waves for the aces.
She does. Kick out Clark, who hits her second three. They driving into Clark. There's Alicia Clark, 3 for 3.
Alicia Clark.
Stepping up on both ends of the floor, they were menaces on defense, while keeping the offense consistent, sinking shot after shot with ease. The Fever desperately needed a spark, and 22 delivered.
2 free throws. Clark essentially trying to run the clock down. Clark banks it up, banks it in.
Finishing the half with a brief moment of hope, but they still had a mountain to climb to turn this game around. Kelsey Mitchell took the reins to start the third quarter.
Clark, backdoor pass, Mitchell lays it in, and a foul.
Fighting her way through the Aces' scrappy defense. But the Aces were getting away with more than a few questionable plays. Some clean, some that wouldn't fly in your neighborhood pickup game. The Fever, meanwhile, were getting whistled for every little touch.
Gray being guarded by Clark, and a foul is called. Gray got a step. Clark thought she had all ball,
But even with the odds stacked against them, they clawed their way back from an 11-point deficit to make it 49-45. Thanks to Nalissa Smith's gritty play. Just when the Fever had momentum, the Aces delivered a reality check, sending Smith crashing to the floor with a block that looked more like a wrestling move than a basketball play.
Comes over Chelsea Gray. Blocking foul is the call. That was a heavy collision.
But karma struck back as Caitlyn forced a tough bucket with an and one, bringing the Fever within reach again.
On Plum here, Clark leans in, draws the foul, and knocks it down.
That's what I'm saying, Erica Wheeler.
Just when you thought it reached its peak, it didn't stop there. Caitlyn gets to the bucket to try a tough reverse layup, and when she lands, the defenders decided to pull a UFC-style elbow straight to the face, sending her to the ground.
Owen took a big hit there on Jackie Young, and the foul does come, and for the second time here in the last minute, we have seen a heavy collision.
So obvious, but they even had the nerve to challenge the call. This game had officially turned into more of a street fight than basketball. With all the physical play, the Aces kept hitting their shots.
Wilson's got to get a little more aggressive.
The Fever, they needed someone to step up, and Lexi Hull fought back, getting to the line and making key stops on defense.
He's driving into Hull, who sticks right with her. Very well defended there by Lexi Hull. Clark looking ahead. It is Hull, but knocked away by Alicia Clark.
But Aja Wilson was still cooking, knocking down mid-range shots with ease, like she was shooting in her own backyard.
And one.
The game became a back-and-forth affair, but when the refs tipped the scales, it started to slip out of the Fever's hands.
It's been choppy as Smith comes in and helps, but Gray underneath gets it to go and a foul.
I think that's offense-initiated contact right there.
A clear offensive foul by the Aces was challenged and somehow upheld, leaving Caitlyn and the Fever visibly frustrated. And with 22 losing focus, it felt like the game was falling apart.
Fouls now. That was her 5th, and Colson comes away.
But right at the buzzer to end the third, Nalissa Smith delivered.
Flips it up, shot is short. Mitchell with 3, Mitchell gets to the rim, too strong there, Smith to beat the buzzer.
Giving the Fever a tiny spark of hope, the fourth quarter started with exactly what the Fever didn't need.
Mitchell back to Clark, offensive foul.
Another foul call. Luckily, Kelsey Mitchell came to the rescue with a huge 3.
Catch and shoot, hits a 3.
But the Aces answered right back.
20 is Mitchell. It's her 3rd 3 and an answer.
Caitlyn tried to respond, but Alysha Clark was there to shut it down, keeping the pressure on. It wasn't Caitlyn's best night, 1 for 10 from deep. So she shifted her game, attacking the rim with force. But once again, the fouls piled up, and the Aces kept getting away with similar plays that were called against the Fever.
Clark putting on the moves, drives by Gray, flips it up. It's an offensive foul. Different plays, but if you're going to call the one not jumping into the defender, it seemed like that was kind of a similar type of action.
The Fever were fighting an unbeatable battle, and with Aja Wilson dominating from mid-range, scoring 27 points without even attempting a 3, the game slowly slipped away. The Fever ended the game with 19 fouls, and the timing of those calls blew their chances. Caitlyn struggled to get involved, and credit to the Aces. They executed their game plan flawlessly, going 3 for 3 against the Fever this season. Now it's time for the Fever to regroup and plan their revenge for their next matchup this week. Stay tuned. Caitlyn Clark just made history again.
Another one.
Into a ball screen.
Clark. Yes! A new career high for Caitlyn Clark. And she's put the Fever up by 8.
In her penultimate regular season game, Caitlyn ended her show, nailing a career-high 35 points and breaking the rookie single-season scoring record held by Simone Augustus since 2006. But against a team like the Dallas Wings, who were on a 7-game losing streak and already known for their bad history, this wasn't going to be a walk in the park.
Hayes, nobody for Dallas, gets back, and then a very late contest by Brown, and a hard foul there on Caitlyn Clark.
And from the jump, the Wings continued that trend, guarding Caitlyn tight from the inbound, like they were glued to her. But it didn't take long for Caitlyn to leave the defender in a whirlwind.
Clark, JC a Buckeye, Caitlyn a Hawkeye, 2 of the best players in the Big Ten last year.
Already showing exactly what to expect from this game. But as you might have seen in the last game against Dallas, 22 wasn't the only one bringing the heat. Across from her was Arike Ogunbowale. Ogunbowa. You know what? Let's just keep it with Arike.
With that 3-point shot here the last couple of games. As Ogunbowale knocks down her first shot.
And this time, Arike had a partner in 3s.
In the feistiness of Lexi Hall since the Olympic break.
McCowan easily wins the tip, and Sabali knocks down a...
Putting the pressure on Caitlyn, but her 3s were still loading up. So, in true playmaker fashion, she got her teammates involved.
They average 11 offensive rebounds a game, one of the best in the league.
Clark frees up Boston for 2 more.
But Arike started this game on a warpath, shooting at will and giving the Fever no break.
The Fever averaging right around 17,000 people in this building per game.
Luckily for the Fever, the basketball gods were on their side, giving Kelsey Mitchell a second chance.
Boston able to save the offensive rebound. Mitchell on a crossover. She will launch and bury a 3.
And Mitchell is Caitlyn's best hype man, getting her to ride the wave of 3s.
Clark on a step back, buries a 3.
But 3s seemed like the name of the night, as Sabali answered right back, keeping the score tight. The first quarter had Caitlyn heated, already feeling like the refs were letting Dallas get away with too much contact. But instead of letting the frustration derail her, Caitlyn channeled that anger into her hot hand.
Part of the challenge that Dallas has had all year. Clark catch and shoot, and knocks down her second 3.
Very well executed for Caitlyn Clark.
But Caitlyn's foresight turned out to be true, as the Wings escalated their physical play, pulling a move straight out of the Patrick Beverley playbook with a dive to the knees. Luckily, it didn't turn into a season-ending Westbrook-type injury, and Caitlyn bounced back. On the very next play, the Wings tried to go in hard again, but this time, the refs were finally on her side.
From the low now. She is fouled. Well,
of course, she sank all, and from that moment on, it was like she had entered war mode.
Front courts. Clark circling her way through, finds an opening and banks it home.
But even with all her dominance, she still got the rookie treatment from the refs. Instead of letting it get to her, Caitlyn turned on the heat on the other end.
Clark with 11 points, a deflection there.
And finally, she gave the crowd one of those deep threes they had bought their tickets for.
Clark, fire away. You bet.
Come on.
Still halfway through the second quarter, it was a neck-and-neck race for both teams, with neither side backing down. But 22 was on a whole different level, playing a game of her own. While everyone else was battling for control, she was just 4 points away from breaking the scoring record. But she seemed unbothered, not chasing the record, just focused on playing the right way.
Around the rim, McCowan does, from 2-point range.
Mitchell sidesteps Agumbawale and buries a three.
I mean, so good.
Looking like she was just flexing on everybody, Caitlyn shifted gears and went on an absolute dime rampage.
There, banks it home. Clark pushing. Mitchell backdoor lays it in.
But the Wings responded with two types of players: the ones who played the basketball way and the ones who played the dirty way.
Worst defensive teams in the league. Two of the better offensive teams.
Clark at Howard. Ooh, left that one too strong, and she took quite a tumble on the way down. And a loose.
The first half was an emotional roller coaster with swings that felt like watching a crypto chart, highs and lows at every turn. But one thing was certain through all the chaos: that rookie scoring record was about to have Caitlyn's name on it.
Clark shaking off Sheldon, hits a deep two.
Drop coverage. Tight off.
But with that now in her pocket, Caitlyn knew she couldn't disappoint the crowd by letting the game slip away. So she did what stars do. She turned up the heat.
Mid-range jumper.
But Clark right back to Boston, who got inside position on McCowan.
But she wasn't the only one breaking records tonight.
It's all 9.
Agumbawale hits a three.
Way too quiet for Enrique, right?
Even with this historic night, Enrique wasn't the stat leader for the Wings.
And here's Satu Sabali dialing up a three. It's her fourth.
And that's the other piece.
It was a close game, neck and neck, until the refs started tilting the scales. Every time Caitlyn drove to the rim, she was met with contact but couldn't get free throws. Meanwhile, the Wings were starting to pull away.
Uzun, corner three, knocks it down.
It felt like the game was slowly slipping, but even when the refs handed her just inbounds, Caitlyn got the best out of the situation.
Mitchell, driving by Sabali. Mitchell right to the cup.
So quick. I mean.
And just when it looked like things couldn't get any worse for the Fever, 22 decided to extend her record.
Uzun trying to frustrate Clark. Oh, but Clark with three more. Right over the rookie.
But with Caitlyn's success comes a target on her back. Maybe it's jealousy, or maybe some people just don't want to see her do well. Either way, the fouls she's been enduring, hard, borderline dirty plays, shouldn't be allowed.
Clark still able to beat everybody back to the rim, and they're going to look at this.
They got to look at this one.
Are going to swipe, and you miss.
Well, she got a piece of the ball, but she got a bigger piece of Caitlyn Clark.
Even with all the headaches and bruises, Caitlyn got right back up, staying composed and doing what she does best, setting up her teammates. She found Lexi Hull wide open for a perfect shot, but unfortunately, Hull missed her third wide open layup of the month. At this point, you could almost make a highlight reel of these missed opportunities. So Caitlyn decided to take matters into her own hands, tired of the missed calls and still getting no love from the refs. She wasn't fazed, almost looking like she went ultra instinct and said, "I'll just get the points myself."
With a shot clock down to 10. Clark shaking Howard. Clark gets to the rim.
Hips and shoulders past the defender.
And she did, not once.
Free her up. Clark off the screen. Clark launches, hits a three.
But twice.
Into a ball screen.
Clark, yes! A new career high for Caitlyn Clark. And she's put the Fever up by 8.
And guess what? The Wings player, who should have been ejected long ago, pulled another cheap shot. It's like the refs never learn. The player who's filling up the stadium is the one getting pushed around with no protection. Luckily, Caitlyn came out unharmed, but you could understand why the frustration of an 8-game losing streak had the Wings on edge. Still, this was never the answer. Arike was the only one who seemed to understand that the real way to win was by simply playing basketball. When things got rough, she kept her focus and let her game do the talking. And in this fourth quarter, Arike took over.
10th with run and a little clock. Clark back for Dantas, had it deflected. Agumawale with a steal. She's off to the races. Here comes Lexi Hull, and it's a foul and an and one.
And just when the Wings thought they had the Fever figured out, a new clutch shooter joined the party, Damiris Dantas.
Sheldon hits the deck, no whistle either way. Dantas corner 3, knocks it down.
They're looking to trap.
And Jason Clark, who goes behind the back. Clark into the corner, whole extra pass. Here is Dantas, buries a 3. They're all falling here from Indy.
And just like that, the Fever overcame another hard-fought battle, with Caitlyn shining in the spotlight. By her side was her trusted right hand, Kelsey Mitchell, and in the final moments, Dantas stepped up to help seal the victory. It was a total team effort, and even though the Wings threw everything at them, the Fever's resilience shone through. Major props to Arike, though. Even at the end, she didn't give up.
Sabali with Hull draped all over, couldn't get a shot up, and that's going to end it as Agumawale.
If you're enjoying these videos, let me know in the comments. With the playoffs ahead, I'm planning to keep this series going strong. Make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss out on the next one. Stay tuned. Caitlyn Clark just broke another record, but this time, she didn't even have to do anything for it.
But she was right there in front. Clark, deep 3.
In her last game of the regular season, Caitlyn Clark didn't need a career night to make headlines. She made history in a different way. With 20,711 fans in attendance, it was the largest crowd in WNBA history, all there to witness the rising star in action. And even with limited minutes, she showed some of that magic. Starting off in her usual unselfish way, not trying to force the spotlight.
Defensively, and they're going to mix some things up against the Fever. They go inside.
She wasn't really looking to score in this game, but when the opportunities came, Caitlyn reminded everyone that she could at will.
To tonight's matchup. You've got to take a look at Caitlyn Clark right there.
But the name of the game for Caitlyn this time was all about assists. She was in full playmaker mode.
Well, she's been struggling with her shots, just 1 of 12 in the last 2. And Smith back the other way is fouled. And they're going to...
However, known for her deep-range bombs, she couldn't let the 20,000 in attendance go home without one.
It looked like she was positioning herself for a rebound, but she was right there in front. Clark, deep 3. Well, she's going to her left, and that gives...
The Fever came out blazing, going on an unstoppable 15-0 run right from the start, leaving the Mystics with no answer.
There she is again, now attacking Atkins, lays that one up and in.
And just to put a cherry on top, Caitlyn hit the crowd with a double dose of her magic.
Here's Clark. That one rattles through for the rookie.
Unfortunately for the crowd, the third time was not the charm. Caitlyn's heat check missed the mark. But luckily for the Mystics, they caught a break, because the Fever had no intention of playing Caitlyn full minutes, opting to save her for the upcoming playoffs. As seen in the physicality of the previous games, resting Caitlyn was a smart decision, but without their star on the floor, the Fever began to struggle. What once looked like a commanding lead slowly slipped away, with the Mystics clawing back. Before anyone knew it, the game had flipped, and the Fever found themselves down, with the Mystics taking a 3-point lead. But in the next quarter, 22 returned to the floor, though this time she was clearly taking her foot off the gas. Avoiding contact, she shifted her focus away from scoring, and instead concentrated on finding her teammates.
Major impact, 10 points for her, 4-5 shooting.
Caitlyn didn't force any plays, sticking to her strategy of finding the open man and letting the game come to her naturally.
2-player action in the corner. It's Wallace. She splashes that.
Even with the Mystics keeping up and pushing back, she was on a dime streak.
Gotten it done because they've been playing a 4-out, 5-out action with that high screen. And They have been doing a great job of putting Indiana in rotation.
And when Caitlyn did decide to pull the trigger and drive to the basket, luckily, the refs didn't let it go too far, calling a foul before it turned into clotheslines. But with the Fever slacking down, the Mystics took it the extra mile.
Atkins. Under a minute to go. Van Loo off the kick to Atkins. Got it. The pass.
The Fever ended the half looking sluggish, but when the third quarter started, Caitlyn Clark came out in full Steve Nash mode.
To haul it in.
Clark working off Boston now, picked up by Dolson. 6 on the shot clock, Boston. Got that up over Atkins.
Even with Caitlyn's dimes, the lead kept growing for the Mystics, stretching to 47-59. It was clear that the Fever were holding back, saving their energy for the bigger battles ahead. With no reason to go all out in this game, they played it smart, conserving their efforts. On the other hand, the Mystics were treating this like a playoff game, going all in and playing with urgency.
Rotated well, Lexi Ho bottled up Dolson on the slip.
Atkins got that one to go.
But even with the Fever's lower effort, Caitlyn Clark wasn't about to let the crowd leave disappointed. She continued to dish out some serious assists, threading passes that would impress even the most seasoned basketball fans.
64-52, Washington with the lead. Drop off to Smith, finishes it, and the foul.
However, with 22 only playing a total of 20 minutes, it was clear that this wasn't going to be a walk in the park to win. When the fourth quarter rolled around, the coach made the decision to leave her out completely, putting the game in the hands of the bench. While the reserves fought hard and managed to keep it close, the firepower just wasn't enough to push the Fever over the line.
Pull up, off the mark, and the Mystics come away.
That marked the end of an insane regular season that we've all been lucky to witness. Caitlyn Clark and the Fever have shined a whole new light on the WNBA as a whole, drawing in more fans and elevating the game to new heights. But this is just the beginning. More is yet to come as Caitlyn prepares to play in her first ever playoff game. And as I predict, she's about to shock the world once again. Playoff basketball has arrived.
Mitchell isolating on Thomas. Clark needs one. Finally has one.
Game 1, first round, best of 3. The third seed Connecticut Sun taking on the Indiana Fever at Mohegan Sun Arena. The buzz in the air is electric. Everyone's here to see Caitlyn Clark, the rookie phenom, make her playoff debut. But the Suns are not here to play games, and controversy was in the air.
The clock operators put the shot clock at 14 rather than 24, and Caitlyn Clark's frustrated, saying, "We're off a miss, we want to run." And the other times it happened at seemingly benign moments, but that's one off a miss where Indiana's looking to push it.
Led by veterans like Alyssa Thomas and DeWanna Bonner, they've been one of the most consistent playoff teams in recent years. On the flip side, the Indiana Fever are young, with just 19 total playoff games under their belt, but don't sleep on them. From the first possession, you could feel the intensity. Caitlyn Clark dribbles up the court, and Bonner is glued to her. But Indiana draws first blood as Kelsey Mitchell nails a smooth mid-range jumper.
Teams played 4 times in the regular season. I just see Mitchell hit it there.
But Connecticut's Bonner responds with the same energy.
Here's Bonner in the corner. She got it on a 3.
But when Clark gets the same kind of look from deep, it's off.
Here's Clark from deep. Can hit.
As the Suns kept their foot on the gas on transition, it sparked up our first controversy of the night.
And the rebound controlled. No, a late whistle goes against, looks like Boston.
The refs call a foul on Aaliyah Boston, even though she wasn't involved in the play at all. Indiana's bench was in disbelief. Christy Sides was fuming on the sidelines, and the Fever immediately challenged the call. It looked like amateur hour from the refs.
Alyssa Smith. I mean, that's clearly not on Aaliyah Boston.
Not anywhere near there. They need to challenge that, or at least...
After a review, the officials finally reversed the call. The foul was given to Nalisa Smith instead, but the damage was already done. Indiana had to burn a crucial challenge early in the game. But just when you thought that was it, the Suns put a cherry on top.
Carrington finds Boston. Clark gets hit in the face by Carrington and is down. Caitlyn Clark is down. No call as Connecticut takes advantage, and Clark is still down.
Caitlyn was clearly poked in the eye, but to the disbelief of the crowd and her teammates, there was no call from the refs. While she shut down, the Suns took advantage of the situation, quickly moving down the court to collect an easy bucket. It was clear that the Fever had a steep hill to climb if they wanted to come on top, and Caitlyn just wasn't the same after that hit to the eye. It was clear that her vision had been affected, while on the other side, the Suns stayed consistent, taking full advantage.
First step, the leaner is good.
Luckily, Cece had Aaliyah Boston to bail her out when she needed it most.
Deep seal and lays it in on Bonner.
And defensively, the Fever showed some backbone as well.
To Thomas. Thomas spinning and gets denied by Melissa Smith. 10 on the shot clock.
Sorry, the player.
The Fever had it defensively figured out, turning the paint into a no-fly zone. But yet again, the refs spoiled the party.
Harris can't get it to go. And another attack on the offensive glass from Connecticut. And this time, Aaliyah Boston will pick up her first personal.
And with this push in the back from the refs, DeWanna Bonner seized the moment to go 3 for 3.
Here is Bonner again. When she's hot, she's hot.
Boston needed some redemption, and she didn't waste time getting it.
Boston's jumper is good. Deep catch, denial for Boston.
However, unfortunately for the Fever, Caitlyn wasn't the only one starting slow.
Ace finds Mitchell, short off the air ball. Sings it cross court to Hull. Can't hit the three, but gets fouled.
Lexi Hull did manage to draw the foul on that attempt, giving the Fever a much-needed opportunity. However, for the Suns, the real blow came when Ty Harris took a hard hit during the play. It was clear that the injury was serious, and she had to be helped off the court, likely saying goodbye to her playoff run. From early on, it looked like Aaliyah Boston was the open option for the Fever, often finding herself in good scoring positions. However, the Suns stayed composed, even with one of their starters missing.
It's a freight train in transition, lays it down.
Their main threat was their fast transition plays, which were executed with precision and speed. Meanwhile, the Fever had no clear way to get open. They found themselves relying on their scorers to take over.
Into the paint, shooing off Bonner. Mitchell sidestepping three. She got it.
It really felt like the Fever were stuck in quicksand, while the Suns were coasting.
Marina Mabry gets denied by Clark, but a foul.
It was frustrating to watch the Fever fight tooth and nail for points, while the Suns seemed to score with barely a sweat. But you could feel the energy shift in the arena.
And it's poked away by Bree Jones. Now Clark comes up with a steal.
Even with the Fever's persistence, it felt like the refs weren't about to give this one to them. But then, as if the basketball gods decided to step in, things started to turn around in the most unexpected ways.
In transition, the Euro, and blew the bunny. Bonner, no.
And Caitlyn Clark wasn't about to let them down. She locked in.
Clark trying to get around Mabry. Clark to the rim, reverses it home through the contact.
The refs finally started cutting the Fever some slack, and it seemed like they might get a fair shot at turning the game around. But even with that break, Caitlyn Clark's vision wasn't quite 2020 yet.
Clark trying to dump it down, and it's knocked out of bounds, stays here. Looked like it had last hit back Benway.
But just when it looked like luck was finally on their side, the refs shut it down once again.
Right back to Hull, and Hull was out of bounds. And Caitlyn Clark saying no, she was not out of bounds, and a technical foul called on Christy Sides, I believe.
None of the Fever shooters were hitting their marks, even when they managed to get second chance opportunities.
That's another chance for Mitchell. Can't hit.
It seemed like the basket had a lid on it. But luckily for them, one of the Suns' shooters was having a similarly cold night.
Mabry to the corner, Burton. Whoa, way off the mark.
So Caitlyn Clark had to adapt. More contested shots, but this time she took it closer to the rim.
Here is Clark around Burton, gets fouled on the arm, and Clark will shoot two.
This didn't always go as planned, but when Damiris Dantas came in, it gave the Fever more options.
The speedy guard hooks back a pass. Dantas connects on a three.
Even with the little spark from Dantas, the Suns ended the quarter in their favor, leading 23-20. They had weathered the storm from the Fever and managed to keep control. But starting the second quarter with Dantas on the court, it seemed like the Fever had found another spark.
To the team in terms of getting to the defensive glass.
Yeah, we've just got to make sure we're getting out of position by being undisciplined. And so we got to make sure.
Get a little closer on Alyssa Thomas with the way she's hitting him.
Here's Dantas shedding. Thomas can't lay it in, and a foul called. Damiris Dantas will shoot two.
She was on fire. already racking up 8 points in under 2 minutes of being on the court, giving the Fever the offensive jolt they desperately needed. But when Kelsey Mitchell tried to get in on the action, the refs treated her like a rookie, swallowing their whistles as she took contact on a jumper. To make matters worse, on the very next possession, the Suns got an and one for a similar kind of foul on the other end. The inconsistency was frustrating, and it was clear the Fever were going to have to battle not just the Suns, but the officiating as well.
Off to Wheeler. Indiana looking to push. Here's Wheeler twisting, turning, flipping, and gets the foul call.
However, the Fever showed resilience, refusing to let the questionable officiating or the Suns' momentum throw them off their game. They stayed locked in, continuing to fight on both ends of the floor and not losing sight of the score. But they still had one problem among them.
Out behind, Boston will fire. Can't hit from 3, and Clark now 0 of 4 from downtown.
And with the Suns keeping their foot on the gas, the Fever needed Caitlyn to find her form again. However, luckily she did get some help.
Here's Hull around the Boston screen. Her leader drops in.
But Dawana Bonner was playing like a female Slim Reaper, like she was the Fever's answering machine.
The vicious crossover and gets fouled by Duntus. Free throws for Dawana Bonner. Tight action in Connecticut, a 2-point Sun lead.
And just when you thought the Fever had enough obstacles to overcome, the clock operators decided to malfunction, adding another twist to the drama.
The scores table's having a little issue with the clock today. They're used to night games, it's a day game, just getting caught up.
With the issue fixed and the game back on, the Fever made a smart adjustment, using the heavy attention on Caitlyn Clark to their advantage.
Competitive tight game. Duntus gets free. 2 defenders went with Clark.
The Fever were gaining momentum, capitalizing on a Suns missed shot, and were off to the races for a fast break. It looked like the game was about to turn in their favor. But then, wait.
The clock operators put the shot clock at 14 rather than 24, and Caitlyn Clark's frustrated, saying, "We're off a miss, we want to run." This is inexplicable how many issues there have been with the clock thus far here at Mohegan Sun Arena.
The clock operators were at it again, as if they had a personal vendetta against the Fever's momentum. Another inexplicable pause, and just like that, the Fever's fast break was dead in its tracks. It was as if the game itself was conspiring against them. But despite the annoying disturbance, the Fever didn't lose their fire. Instead, they got back on the court like nothing had happened, still riding the wave they had built.
Offensive rebound. Here's Mitchell burning inside and laying it in. Dumping it inside. Boston lays it in on the Clark dime.
But the Fever couldn't hold the lead for long.
So that she could catch, corral, and finish.
Carrington on the other end does the same.
And with Caitlyn Clark still not connecting from deep, getting back on top was proving to be anything but easy. Meanwhile, the Suns stayed consistent, making sure they cashed in on every opportunity.
Third quarter, as you see,
the Suns went on a 9-0 run, pushing the momentum fully in their favor. Meanwhile, the Fever couldn't catch a break. No calls were going their way. On the other end, the Suns capitalized, hitting their shots and finishing the run with a clean bucket.
And a Mabry the catch, the stop, and the finish.
It felt like the game was slipping away, and the Fever needed something or someone to stop the bleeding.
Here's Mitchell, hopping through traffic. Mitchell's jumper rims in.
Just when it looked like the Fever were starting to find some rhythm, Dawana Bonner shut it down.
Something happened. Duntus gets denied. Disjointed possession. Here comes Thomas in transition. The shovel, Jones can't finish.
Bonner stepped in like a human momentum killer.
Clark burrows in and gets denied by Bonner.
The Fever had no luck on their side. It felt like everything was messing up at the worst possible times. Meanwhile, it seemed like Dawana Bonner had all the luck in the world.
A nice move from Stephanie White. Bonner gets fouled.
Or maybe it was just bad fouls by the Fever, piling up at the worst times and further slowing them down. And even when the Fever finally got a wide open look for Caitlyn at the buzzer, it just wasn't her night. Her miss streak continued.
Misfires, And that'll do it for the first half. Caitlyn Clark with some great looks, but finishes 0 for 6 from 3 and 1 of 9 from the floor in her first playoff half.
However, the second half started with a glimmer of hope for the Fever. After a quick bucket from Marina Mabrey, Caitlyn Clark, with her signature court vision, lasered a perfect pass through the defense, finding Aaliyah Boston under the basket to finally break the Suns' run. But fouls seemed to hunt the Fever.
That's going to be an illegal screen on Nalissa Smith as Indiana turns it over.
Luckily, Kelsey Mitchell began finding her rhythm.
To the corner, Mitchell a three. She's got it.
But Carrington answered instantly.
Here's Carrington storming in and gets the roll.
With Caitlyn still struggling to hit her jumpers, DeWanna Bonner wasted no time stepping up.
Bonner zigging, zagging, and laying.
With the lead creeping close to double digits, it was clear Caitlyn had to step up. And finally, she did.
On Thomas, Clark needs one. Finally has one. Had missed her first 8 from deep, but that one makes it a 6-point game.
But Caitlyn's efforts were quickly met by Marina Mabrey, who seemed to have the same mindset, saying, "Anything you can do, I can do better."
Connecticut has it. Mabrey will pull and hit.
It was a gut punch for the Fever. Caitlyn had just ignited the spark, and she wasn't about to let Mabrey's shot extinguish it.
Response after Clark had hit her first 3 and cut it to 6. Here, Clark gets free for the...
But the Suns were quick with every answer, matching the Fever's intensity play for play.
Nearly threw it away, but Jones!
Every time the Fever struggled to find a bucket,
Clark bounces to Fag Benley, wasn't ready for it, but ends up getting it to Boston.
The Suns were ready to pounce, and when the Fever missed, the Suns were already putting a fast break in motion. It was a gut-wrenching pattern.
Mabrey, you bet!
But then, it seemed like CC finally found her rhythm.
Clark working Mabrey, separating, taking, and hitting.
Then the Suns started doubling Caitlyn, so she gave Carrington a taste of her own medicine.
Knocked away by Carrington, it'll stay here with the Fever.
But Caitlyn got a little too excited.
They go small with Wheeler as Carrington can't finish it, and a late whistle called against Clark will send Carrington to the line.
This seemed to break the momentum for the Fever, leaving them momentarily rattled. But just when it felt like the Suns were about to take control again, Kelsey Mitchell came through with a quick response.
Gut check time for the Fever as Mitchell.
But the Fever were clearly showing their inexperience as a rookie playoff team, making unnecessary fouls at critical moments. It felt like every time they started to get back into the game, a careless reach or a bad defensive gamble would slow the game down and allow them to extend their lead. The Fever had to scrap for every point, grinding their way through a tough third quarter. Despite their efforts, they ended the quarter down 11, with the scoreboard reading 57-68. It was clear they had a long way to go, and a steep hill to climb in the final quarter if they wanted to snatch a win. The Fever knew they had to make it count early in the fourth quarter, or the Suns would extend the lead beyond reach.
And it was taking the shots Connecticut wanted them to take versus ones they want to take.
But instead of coming out strong, they started the fourth quarter sloppy.
Harris will not return as Fag Benley travels.
And even with Caitlyn Clark's crazy court vision, the Suns were on rim watch.
Beautiful feed and what a rejection! Dejanay Carrington says...
It was as if the Suns had a radar for the rim, anticipating the Fever's every move and shutting down what should have been easy buckets.
Hull's push shot gets blocked by Nelson Adota.
And when you can't respond, it becomes a one-way street.
Bonner on the jumper.
But even when the Fever managed to respond,
there's Mitchell hopping to the hoop, lays it in, plus the foul.
It seemed like Mabrey had decided to turn into her prime self.
The corner, Mabrey, again!
And she wasn't missing a shot.
And score enough from the perimeter. Do they have three-point shooting?
They do now!
Marina Mabrey was unstoppable, dropping 24 points and hitting 5 threes. Her shooting performance was nothing short of a clinic. With each shot, It felt like the Fever were sinking deeper into a hole they couldn't climb out of.
To take another Mabry. Oh, baby!
Meanwhile, it took the Fever a brutal 6 minutes to score just 5 points as a team in the fourth quarter.
The paint bounces to Boston, who lays it in, plus the foul.
Efficiency was the name of the game, and unfortunately for the Fever, they just couldn't find it. Shooting a rough 21% from deep, the Fever's struggles from beyond the arc were a glaring issue, while the Suns couldn't seem to miss.
Thomas, off to Burton, her three is good. Carrington, why not?
With under 2 minutes left, the Fever had seen enough. They threw in the towel, letting the bench finish the game. It had been a tough battle, full of controversy and missed opportunities, but in the end, the Suns were making their buckets in the stretch, and that was the difference. The Suns' ability to knock down shots when it mattered most sealed the deal, and the Fever were sent back to the drawing table for Game 2. Turn on notifications for the next game, so you don't miss out on the Fever's fight in Game 2. And while you're here, check out this other game where Caitlyn Clark broke records against her bullies. It's one you definitely won't want to miss. The biggest game of Caitlyn Clark's career just shocked the basketball world.
Here's Clark, working behind Boston. Clark for the lead.
Game 2 of the WNBA playoffs, and after a tough loss in Game 1 against the Connecticut Sun, Caitlyn was fighting to keep the playoff dream alive. This was a win or go home situation, but navigating uncharted territory, this battle was far from a walk in the park.
Now the officials calling on security. And now security is going to have a conversation with that gentleman.
Chapter 1, First Quarter Fireworks. After Indiana's worst combined shooting performance in Game 1, no one of the Suns picked up Caitlyn on the first possession, and she wasted no time turning things around.
Great passage.
No one picks up Clark, who cans the three.
Indiana's transition game was on full display, with Clark on the forefront dictating. She was everywhere on the floor, grabbing rebounds and pushing the ball in transition, finding her teammates with pinpoint accuracy.
Caitlyn Clark. Clark dumps it down. Oh, lays it in.
But it wasn't just the on-court battle heating up. Midway through the first quarter, Caitlyn and Dewana Bonner exchanged words after a physical play.
Ball, and Clark wanted a foul, but a shot clock violation. And now Bonner and Clark get into it, and is in her landing spot. No foul was called.
The tension escalated moments later when Clark got into it with a fan sitting courtside, drawing the officials' attention, where security had to intervene.
So she was going back and forth within the front row and pointing it out to the officials. Now the officials calling on security.
But she stayed locked in. With her focus regained, Clark continued to orchestrate the Indiana offense masterfully.
In this first.
Good looks, though. They're getting good looks.
Clark connects!
Despite Indiana's strong start, the Fever's momentum slowed as the Suns' defense began to settle in.
And then here.
Picks the pocket but throws it away.
A controversial foul call on Mitchell left Indiana frustrated, already racking up 7 fouls to the Suns' only 1.
Foul on Kelsey Mitchell.
I don't know that it's a foul at all.
I agree.
Meanwhile, Connecticut capitalized on the other end, bringing themselves right back into the game.
Three is good.
And just like that, the tables turned. Connecticut closed the quarter on an 11-0 run, swinging the momentum firmly back in their favor. The Fever, who had started the game with a 10-4 lead, now found themselves trailing 17-14. For Clark and Indiana, it was clear. This would be a battle to the very end.
All right, I'm calling you spicy, Caitlyn, tonight. I see you get into it with the fan, with the refs. How do you maintain your composure but still keep that edge?
Stay focused about what's on the floor and my 4 other teammates that are right here with me. I think that's most important, and I thought we got a good start, but can't let them back in after we get a little lead.
Thanks, Caitlyn.
Chapter 2, Second Quarter, Dimes and Shines. The second quarter didn't start the way Indiana hoped, with 2 starters still in foul trouble from the first and forced to sit out. Clark tried to create, but Connecticut's defense tightened up inside, allowing the Sun to capitalize and extend their lead to 8.
Get back and stop this.
Yeah, that's stop. That's a balancing act. We got to figure that out.
But Caitlyn wasn't about to let Indiana fade away. She took matters into her own hands, banking it in to give Indiana a much-needed boost. Indiana struggled to maintain their momentum, as not even a minute later, Clark picked up her first foul of the game.
Mabry follows it up and Clark pushes her. That's going to be a second foul, making number 1 on Caitlyn Clark.
The Fever were still looking for a way to turn the game in their favor. They needed a spark, and Clark delivered again. This time, it wasn't with just her scoring.
Here's Clark through the lane. Clark able to serve.
It was her passing as well.
Clark lobbing it beautifully to Boston for 2. What a dish from Caitlyn Clark in Boston, her first bucket of the night.
Early in her career, her teammates weren't used to her pinpoint passes, often saying they took a lot of basketballs to the face. Clark's unique passing ability is reminiscent of her favorite NFL quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, with her ability to deliver from different angles. And it's that vision that keeps Indiana in the game. But Connecticut responded quickly, with Bonner and Thomas leading the way.
Bench 9-0, what a dish. Bonner to her fiance Thomas for 2.
A clever pass from Bonner to her fiance allowed the Sun to continue attacking inside. However, Kelsey Mitchell wasn't about to be outdone. She showed off her quick handles, getting around Bonner with a spin and finishing with the left hand.
Mitchell cups it in. Beautiful take from Kelsey Mitchell.
To keep Indiana within striking distance. Whenever the Fever needed a bucket, Mitchell and Clark were there to answer. As the quarter drew to a close, Clark continued to push the pace, finding Wheeler for a wide-open layup. But the shot just didn't fall. Wheeler hit the deck hard, and Indiana headed into the locker room, trailing 41-34, with both teams knowing the second half would be a battle. Chapter 3. Third quarter, CC versus AT. Despite their struggles, the Fever weren't out of this yet. Clark finished the half with 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. And out of the break, she immediately made her presence felt.
To the paint, able to finish.
Again, court vision on full display, threading the needle.
Shoot. Clark around the screen, bounces to Boston beautifully for the finish.
This kind of pretty basketball brought the game back to even, tying it at 41, but Connecticut had a quick answer out of the timeout. Carrington's active hands forced a steal from Clark, leading to a fast break layup and a shift in momentum.
Comes up with a steal. Carrington in for 2, and out of the timeout, a strong response from the Sun.
Not on Clark's watch. She grabbed a quick rebound and charged down the lane for a smooth finish, bringing her total to 18 points. Kelsey Mitchell also came up big in the third, hitting a contested step-back 3 over Carrington to bring Indiana within 1.
Step-back 3 is good with Carrington draped all over.
Clark continued to orchestrate the offense and letting nobody get in her way.
Gets Burton on her hip, separates, and knocks down the midi.
But Connecticut wasn't letting up. Burton guarded Clark 94 feet, bumping her all the way down the court.
Clark, 94 feet. Clark?
Clark looked to the officials for a call, but none came. The physicality was ramping up as the game wore on, but one thing was clear, the refs weren't helping, so Caitlyn had to do it herself.
Burton gets inside of Clark, and Clark comes up with a rejection.
As the third quarter came to a close, it was a battle of stars. Caitlyn Clark was carrying Indiana on her back, breaking yet another record in the process, while Alyssa Thomas was doing the same for Connecticut.
Get free to shoot, fading away. Alyssa Thomas, is here.
With just 10 minutes left and the Sun leading 59-52, both teams were fighting for their playoff lives.
They're giving me. If they want to sag off, then I'm going to pick them apart in a different way.
Chapter 4. To be or not to be. The fourth quarter began with the Sun pushing hard, led by Alyssa Thomas, who powered through contact for a tough finish and let out a roar. Indiana's offense began to stall as Fagbinla found herself isolated, with no help and unable to get a clean look against Thomas.
5 to shoot. Bentley needs some help. Not getting any. Shot clock's about to expire. A lost possession for Indiana.
But Indiana wasn't done yet. Caitlyn Clark came up with a big steal and immediately got the ball ahead to Kelsey Mitchell.
And to Mitchell, turns on the burners and serves it in.
Just like that, Indiana cut the lead down to 5, forcing a Connecticut timeout. Caitlyn was playing her heart out, hit a tough mid-range jumper with defenders all over her. She then followed it up by finding Fagbenle for a 3-pointer, bringing Indiana right back into the game. It was now 63-70 with 5 minutes left. Clark wasn't done. With just under 3 minutes to go, she worked off a Boston screen, created just enough space, and nailed a huge three-pointer to tie the game at 73.
Clark for the lead. Indiana has come all the way back. A 12-2 run.
It was a battle now. Both teams were fighting for survival, and Connecticut responded instantly.
Mabry looking to respond. She does!
On the other end, Boston kept the play alive, finding Fagbinley for a crucial layup to tie the game at 73. Caitlyn Clark, having made history today as the first rookie with 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists in a playoff game, was now facing the ultimate question. Would this be her final game of the season, or would she force a Game 3?
Here in this game.
She let Boston go to work inside, laying it in to put the Fever back on top. But the real dagger came from Dewana Bonner, who answered with a massive 3 to extend Connecticut's lead. Out of the timeout, Indiana couldn't capitalize. Mabry came up big once again, draining a wide-open 3 after a defensive miscommunication by Indiana. With 44.5 seconds remaining, Clark wanted to make one last push, but surrounded by defenders off the inbound, Hull passed the ball to Mitchell instead.
Hull trying to get it in, finds Mitchell, deep 3, banks off, rebound Nelson Adodo.
After playing the free throw game, it was 85-79 with 20 seconds left, and Caitlyn had one last opportunity to keep Indiana's hopes alive.
Just a quick screen for Caitlyn Clark, see if she can get a 3 up.
Clark trying to get it up across her body, back iron, no, out of bounds to Connecticut, and that should just about do it.
In the end, it was Connecticut's veteran poise that carried them through, sending them to their 6th straight semifinals. Caitlyn Clark's historic rookie run ended tonight, but there's no doubt this is just the beginning of her WNBA legacy. This was probably one of the most intense battles Caitlyn Clark faced last season. Coming off the constant bullying in the league, this was set to be Caitlyn Clark's biggest challenge yet, facing off against her biggest rival, Angel.
Last season. Clark, hammer. 3 Sky players coming over.
She started off hot. She blew right by Marina Mabry, driving straight to the hoop and putting the first points on the board. Right after, the defense made an adjustment, switching Chennedy Carter onto her, a familiar face, but not in a good way. As soon as Carter locked in, Caitlyn was reminded of just that.
This is a Fever team that opened up 11 games in the first 20 days.
Already starting off with a foul. And on the next possession, Carter put on the pressure again, but CC found Boston who could bail her out.
Of the league. That's how good Angel Reese has been. Boston gets another touch. It blows past the Sky defense.
While Angel was throwing up bricks, Caitlyn got to work. Coming off a quick screen, she found herself with just enough space to let it fly.
Find a body on Reese. Clark gets freed up from up top.
It was set to be a fierce battle, and when they put Marina Mabry back on Caitlyn, it was clear they were trying to mix things up defensively, but it turned out to be a lesson quickly learned. It was a mismatch every time they tried to guard her, no matter who the defense threw at her, and on the other end, CC wasn't lacking either. She showed off her quick hands and forced the turnover.
Allen between the legs, lost it, it's off Allen last.
Caitlyn had it locked down the clean way, but the Sky weren't playing on that level. As soon as they realized they couldn't match her finesse, they reverted to contact. It was obvious they were getting frustrated, and instead of playing smart, they were trying to slow Caitlyn down by any means necessary. The physical play started to take a toll, but Caitlyn wasn't backing down. She wisely reverted to avoiding contact and used her court vision to find her teammates instead.
And she post feeds Aaliyah Boston. They're building their chemistry.
Caitlyn read the defense like a book, making the right plays and even using her teammates as a sort of shield.
Finds some space, goes reverse style. her first bucket since 5:51 in the first.
See how she maintained her.
She was a constant threat for the Sky, and here they had their entire team guarding her. But no matter how many defenders they threw at her, Caitlyn still found a way out. And the second half was no different. In transition, Caitlyn was the engine, always at the lead, pushing the tempo, and her teammates followed. But when she went at the rim, guess who came in with the hard contact again? So the next time, Caitlyn was 2 steps ahead. A hard dribble to the basket, causing the defenders to collapse. But instead of finishing at the rim, she pulled back and hit them with a step-back 3. Even in transition, with an even number of defenders waiting for her, Caitlyn still found a way. It didn't matter if the defense was set. She thrived in the chaos,
enabling them to run the basketball. Multiple players here touching the ball.
When the Sky crowded the lane, trying to block her path, Caitlyn didn't flinch. She weaved through the defense and found a way to finish at the rim. But when Caitlyn tried to drive through the defense again, this time, Angel Reese, clearly frustrated, wasn't having it.
Hammer. 3 Sky players coming over. And the official is...
She let her emotions get the best of her and went full force on Caitlyn, delivering a hard, unnecessary foul that left the crowd buzzing. The tension between the two had been building all game, and this moment was a clear sign of how much Caitlyn was getting under Angel's skin. And right after, it was clear Reese still didn't get the message. On the very next play, she went after CC again. And after those back-to-back fouls, the Sky had no choice but to bring Reese out of the game. It felt like a relief for her. She had been the main target of all that aggression. But rather than celebrating, Caitlyn stayed locked in, using this moment to reset and refocus. But when the fourth quarter rolled around, Angel Reese was back on the floor, ready to start her rampage again. Luckily for the Fever, Caitlyn turned up the heat just when they needed it most, and immediately turning defense into offense. Caitlyn wasted no time, sending a perfect dime to Aaliyah Boston, who finished strong at the rim.
10 blocks in her WNBA career, and it ends with a Boston bucket.
It was a momentum-shifting play, with Caitlyn not just dominating offensively, but also impacting the game on both sides of the floor. Her block sent a message, and the assist to Boston kept the Fever's rhythm going. This was the energy they needed to handle Angel Reese's renewed aggression, and Caitlyn was leading the way, determined not to let the game slip away. Caitlyn built up a solid lead, and with her constant persistence, it was clear that momentum wasn't shifting anytime soon. She stayed in control, orchestrating the offense and keeping the pressure on the Sky. With just 30 seconds left, Caitlyn delivered the final blow, a laser pass that threaded through the defense, finding her teammate wide open to seal the deal.
Someone forgot about Smith.
Caitlyn Clark ended the game with an impressive stat line: 23 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists, capping off yet another one of her masterful performances.
And Clark. I mean, that's clearly a foul, which was called. The question is, will they call it unnecessary? Kennedy Carter.
This was the first time the WNBA got truly physical with Caitlyn Clark, and it all started against a familiar face, her college rival, Angel Reese. Their first meeting on the big stage had all eyes watching, and Chicago couldn't wait to make their presence felt, setting off a domino effect through the league. But the game didn't start that way. Caitlyn Clark came out firing.
Great points.
Clark connects on a deep 3.
And it wasn't just her shooting. Clark was finding her teammates too.
To the Commissioner's Cup final. What a dish. Down the floor. Wallace, the finish plus the foul. On a beautiful delivery from Clark.
The Chicago bench was in awe, and the first quarter had her name written all over it.
Understand their impact and what it has done and how they are living out their dreams today.
And right on cue, connects on another bomb. 2 for 2 from 3 in the early.
But after building up a little deficit, not everyone on Chicago's side was sharing the same excitement. So, in true Caitlyn fashion, she decided to turn it up even more in the second.
They've allowed too much dribble penetration.
Well, and it allows them, oh, what a dime. My goodness, the pass from Clark to Katie Lou Samuelson for 2. But Rebecca, that's what allows them to...
For Indiana, it was just another game, but for Chicago, it seemed to mean something more. But when things weren't going their way, frustration started to set in. Kennedy Carter, in particular, Chicago's point guard, had no answer defensively.
Gonna have to make something happen. Clark through the lane, reverses it in, and beats the shot clock.
And on offense, she was getting sloppy.
Carter the rebound. Mabry running, can't get to it, and Chicago turns it over.
Frustration kept building, and with Indiana taking control again in the second.
It out to Mitchell. Mitchell long two is good.
Chicago was starting to feel the game slipping away, but when the third quarter rolled around, the mood on the court seemed to shift. Chicago came out with a new game plan, doubling Caitlyn Clark early, and showing the first signs that they weren't afraid getting handsy. However, Caitlyn kept playing her game, even when her own teammates made things a bit tricky at times.
Yes. Nice entry, and Wallace again blows the layup. The follow is good, though.
But when Caitlyn decided to take it to the rim on her own, Dana Evans was right there, refusing to give an inch.
Here's Carter, Evans guarding Clark, and Evans sends Clark to the deck. Foul called on Dana Evans.
On the very next play, Chicago struck again. This time, it was Cardoso.
Chicago had missed their first 8 attempts. Clark races in, is fouled by Cardoso, and Clark gets some pain. Caitlyn Clark goes down.
This blow forced Caitlyn to take a brief break on the bench. Meanwhile, Cardoso kept playing as reckless as ever, hitting backboard and hacking away on D. This wouldn't break the fever. They held on to a 51-47 lead, and with just a minute left in the quarter, Caitlyn returned to the court. Kennedy Carter tried to make a quick pass, but it was sloppy. Caitlyn pounced, intercepting it with ease. Frustrated by the turnover, Carter chased her down and physically forced the ball back from Clark, but the refs let it slide, and Caitlyn was left looking for a whistle that never came. The play continued as Indiana kept possession. Boston found herself under the rim, but her shot clanged off the iron. She even got the putback, but that also missed. Unbelievably, even the third follow-up still didn't go in. This time, 2 Chicago defenders went up, fighting each other for the rebound, leaving the ball momentarily loose. Caitlyn saw her chance and swiped it right out of their hands, tapping it back to Boston.
This time, it's good.
Carter was visibly frustrated, and Caitlyn, never one to shy away from the mental game, had a few choice words for her, poking the bear. On the very next play, Carter was out for blood. With just a few seconds left on the clock, she pulled up for a smooth mid-range and drained it, turning to Caitlyn. But Carter didn't stop there.
Kennedy Carter now with 12 points off the bench, and Clark. I mean, that's clearly a foul which was called. The question is, will they call it unnecessary? Kennedy Carter.
The wild part? The refs didn't call more than a simple off-the-ball foul, barely acknowledging Carter's shove. Once again, she got away with it. Look at Angel Reese, celebrating like it's a game-winning moment. It's sad when you think that's something to be proud of. It makes you wonder, was this the new standard teams would set when facing Caitlyn? Were they seeing just how far they could push the physical play against her, knowing the refs might let it slide?
Did you get any type of understanding from the officials on how you guys are doing that at this point?
Yeah, that's just not a basketball play.
Luckily, Caitlyn stayed above it all, sticking to her game plan and letting her skills speak louder than any shove or foul, even as her teammates struggled to keep up at times.
And that was 2011.
Melissa Smith stops and misses the ball.
The Fever stuck to their game plan, moving the ball, creating good looks, and playing smart basketball.
Clark, another rebound, tosses ahead, Wheeler extra feed. Oh, that was pretty. What's the foul?
Meanwhile, the Sky seemed to abandon any kind of finesse, leaning fully into their physical play, almost hoping that brute force would be enough to turn things around. And sometimes they were getting away with it too.
The 3 takes the 2 and knocks it down. A lot of contact from Reese on.
In the end, none of the physical play, missed calls, or tension mattered. Only the win did. But with Melissa Smith almost throwing the game, it was a close call.
Through, Mabry down 2. Mabry loses the handle, and a foul is called. A foul is called on Smith, and free throws here for the Sky. number 5 on Smith as she dove to the floor.
And that's how it went down. The Fever got the win, and the Sky set off something toxic in the league. Want to see something more positive? Why not watch these 20 times Caitlyn Clark shocked the basketball world?
Of teams.
Clark at Howard. Ooh, left that one too strong, and she took nobody for Dallas, gets back, and then a very late. Got a good look there, just couldn't knock it down. Hand on the other end. Rebound Dantas. Here comes Clark, and that's got to be transition taken. It is.
They had no choice but to try and stop her like this, because this wasn't just any game. This was the night Caitlyn Clark put up a career-high 35 points, leaving defenders scrambling to keep up.
Indiana will reset. Clark fire away. You bet.
Come on.
Even with this scoring streak, Caitlyn started the game as a team player.
They average 11 offensive rebounds a game, one of the best in the league.
Clark frees up Boston for 2 more.
After setting the tone with her playmaking, Caitlyn couldn't resist testing out her jumper.
Clark on a step back, buries a three.
It's just a little bit.
With the first one hitting nothing but net, Caitlyn wasn't done, going for the back-to-back shot.
Catch and shoot, and knocks down her second three.
Very well executed for Caitlyn Clark.
But on her third attempt, the defense closed in hard, and she drew the foul, earning herself a trip to the line.
Go. She is fouled. Well, there are 3-pointers.
Later on, she drove into the paint, embracing the contact and finishing strong at the rim.
Way through, finds an opening and banks it home.
She wanted that foul call, but the refs weren't giving it. That didn't faze her, though. She answered back in the best way possible.
Clark, fire away. You bet.
That's 3 for 3 from deep, and just 4 points away from hitting an all-time rookie high. The pressure was on, but Caitlyn kept playing her game. With 14 points already on the board, Caitlyn decided to share some of the spotlight.
Around the rim, McCowan does, from 2-point range.
Mitchell sidesteps Agumawale and buries it.
Kelsey was more than ready, and with their chemistry, the duo started clicking right away. Even Aaliyah Boston got in on the action.
A needed bucket there to stop the bleeding for Dallas. Indiana had gone up 5.
Refusing to let up on either end of the floor. This trio was proving to be a force.
Mitchell backdoor lays it in.
Keeping the pressure on and building a lead that had the crowd on their feet. The momentum was all Indiana's, and Dallas knew they had to put a stop to it. Unfortunately, they chose the dirty way to get there.
Clark at Howard. Ooh, left that one too strong, and she took quite a tumble on the way down.
Caitlyn took a hard hit on a drive, a clear attempt to throw her off her rhythm, but instead of backing down, she came back stronger, determined to keep her team ahead.
Clark shaking off Sheldon, hits a deep 2.
Coming out of the half, the score was back to even, but Caitlyn was ready to let her game do the talking.
Screen, mid-range jumper.
But Clark right back to Boston, who got inside position on.
But when she drove again, she was met with even more contact.
Backing in Sheldon. Clark trying to spin around her. There's a foul first.
She finally drew the foul, but this little bit of resistance showed that Dallas wasn't going to make it easy for her. They were determined to disrupt her rhythm, but Caitlyn stayed locked in, unfazed.
Zoom trying to frustrate Clark. Oh, but Clark with 3 more.
With that 3, she not only tied the game at 78, but also officially broke the all-time rookie scoring record. The crowd erupted, witnessing history in real time as Caitlyn etched her name in the books. Right on cue, the Wings struck again, another hard foul at the rim. This time, the refs had to take a closer look. After reviewing the play, they called it a flagrant foul. It was clear that Dallas was pulling out all the stops to try to slow her down, but Caitlyn wasn't backing down.
Final 5 seconds. Oh, no.
But with Lexi Hull missing a wide-open layup and Fagbinley fumbling the ball, Caitlyn took matters into her own hands.
Clark hangs and finishes.
She drove straight to the rim, weaving through defenders, showing everyone why she's the go-to player. She wasn't just playing for points. She was playing to carry her team, refusing to let missed opportunities hold them back. When stopping her at the rim wasn't enough, the Wings got creative, trying to get physical with her at every opportunity. But each time Caitlyn took a hit, she came back stronger, using every bit of contact as fuel.
Green. Clark launches, hits a 3.
With the clock winding down and the game still hanging in the balance, Caitlyn was just 2 points shy of her career high. 4 minutes left, and every possession mattered.
Ball screen.
Clark. Yes!
And then she did it. Caitlyn Clark hit her career high mark, breaking new ground with a dazzling shot. The crowd erupted, and the momentum was all Indiana's. But Dallas wasn't backing down. They resorted to a hard shove in transition.
Here comes Clark, and that's gotta be transition taken, it is.
With a trip to the line, Caitlyn brought her total up to 33 points. And in those final 2 minutes, clutch time, she shifted gears, setting up her teammates with pinpoint passes.
Mitchell, catch and shoot, buries a three!
First, Mitchell nailed a shot, and then Dantas sank a crucial corner three.
No whistle either way. Dantas corner three, knocks it down!
A few free throws and a late ejection for the Wings later, Caitlyn closed out the game with 35 points, her highest scoring game of her rookie season. And with that, the Fever secured a gritty win over the Dallas Wings. It was a hard-fought battle where Caitlyn overcame adversity and let her game do the talking.
And she'll take the first three-pointer and knock it down. Shooter for shooter. 3 for 3, but look out, Aaliyah Boston penetrating. Thornton with a 3 on the way. And the first triple-double for a rookie. Caitlyn Clark has it.
The records follow Caitlyn Clark like shadows on a sunny day, and this night last season was no exception. She etched her name in the history books yet again, becoming the first rookie to notch a triple-double. It wasn't just another stat line, it was a statement, a performance that truly showcased her all-around brilliance on the court. And trust me, it was special. Let's dive into it. First play of the game, and Caitlyn Clark was setting the tone early.
And she'll take the first three-pointer.
The New York Liberty had been warned about her game, but it didn't seem to matter. Just moments after snagging a defensive rebound, she was off to the races.
Last year. Here's Caitlyn Clark driving. She's got the first 5 points.
And to complete this little trifecta, Caitlyn dished out a perfect assist to Boston, capping off a 7-0 run for the Fever.
Aaliyah Boston makes it 7-0.
And the first quarter had so much more to offer, first draining another 3, then whipping a pass so quick the camera barely caught it in time.
3 for 3, but look out, Aaliyah Boston, don't blink.
To cap it off, she hit yet another one from deep, leaving everyone in awe.
Caitlyn Clark pulls it back, knocks it down.
Anyone watching could tell Caitlyn was taking over. But the thought of her breaking a record, that wasn't even on the radar yet. And the hardest part of getting triple-doubles on this team, the assists. It's always a gamble when you're relying on someone else to finish the play. But in the second quarter, her teammates stepped up big time.
Clark looking to challenge Stewart, maybe not. That long wingspan turning her away, but
It was like a domino effect. Caitlyn was dishing it out to everyone, and one by one, her teammates delivered.
first lead for the Liberty that didn't last long.
Every pass was crisp, every setup intentional, and they all put in the work to finish the plays. In just a few minutes, she racked up 3 assists in a row, keeping the Fever's momentum alive. But as the scoreline showed, the Fever couldn't hold on to the lead. They found themselves back at square one, standing pretty much even. And by the fourth quarter, they were down by 11. A big part of that, some of Caitlyn's setups just weren't being converted.
Ionescu sort of numbers. Her first half has been quiet.
A smoked layup here, a missed jumper there, it all added up. The Fever had gone cold, and now it was up to Caitlyn to ignite the comeback. But as far as the record was concerned, around the 8th minute of the fourth, Caitlyn found herself just 1 rebound shy. The anticipation in the arena was palpable, and when she finally secured that crucial board, the crowd erupted. This gave her the extra energy she needed to turn up the heat. First, she dished out another dime.
Clark trying to wheel and deal. Dantas.
Then, she took matters into her own hands.
Second half, she had 13 in the first half, but has picked up a triple-double here today.
Just like that, she made it a 4-point game with 3 minutes left on the clock, and the Fever were right back in it.
Not an easy shot. I mean, she's fading away.
This seemed to ignite her teammates as well. First, she found Kelsey Mitchell on the wing, who drained a clutch 3-pointer, cutting the deficit even further. Then, in the final moments, Caitlyn set up Lexi Hull with a perfectly timed pass, leading to a smooth layup. The Fever were alive, and the momentum had completely shifted in their favor. This wrapped up a historic night for Caitlyn Clark, silencing the doubters once again and delivering a performance that will be remembered for years to come. From her dazzling assists to her clutch scoring, Caitlyn showed why she's a generational talent. It wasn't just a game, it was a statement. If you want to support the channel, you can now buy me a coffee. Every bit helps me create better videos and keep bringing you content like this. Your support is always appreciated.
Ball game, Richards on the floor. Clark, the step back three just below the logo drill. Clark pulls off that screen, knocks, showing out.
And that was just the start. There was absolutely nothing the Washington Mystics could do to stop her that night. Caitlyn Clark put on a show, delivering a historic performance with 7 threes and 30 points, breaking WNBA records yet again.
Be able to see Katie Lou after last night's game, so today, really the first time they're seeing her.
Clark, out of the...
Starting off in Capital One Arena, Caitlyn Clark didn't get things going from beyond the arc right away. She attacked the rim to get things going.
Clark trying to get by. The Mystics defense gets right to the cup.
She instantly punished the high guard with a quick drive, finishing with finesse. And not much later, she showcased her playmaking.
Boston gets the slip.
First, it was the pass to Boston. Then, in transition, she found Mitchell on the run.
Quickly up the floor is Mitchell. Beautiful find from Clark as Mitchell lays it up and in.
She was averaging 6 assists for a reason, orchestrating the Fever's offense like a maestro. The Mystics quickly realized they couldn't afford to give her any space and tightened up their defense, trying to disrupt her rhythm. But Caitlyn wasn't phased. She adjusted.
As she's into the ball game, Richards on the floor. Clark, the step back three just below the logo, drills it.
She found her moment and nailed her first 3 of the night, silencing the crowd. Even still in the first quarter, Caitlyn was already looking to crush her season average. She dished out 2 more dimes, sending herself to 4 assists, setting the tone for the night.
The kick, Smith will call her number and knock it down.
Even with this impressive burst of playmaking, let's not forget the title of the video. It's all about the threes. And in the second quarter, Caitlyn wasted no time reminding everyone why.
Pulls off that screen, knocks it down even with her body fading.
So, as the Mystics watched Caitlyn start to catch fire, they adjusted their strategy, fouling her to defuse the flame. It kind of worked for the quarter, holding her to just 5 points.
Foul on Samuelson.
However, the third quarter started off slow for Caitlyn. She kicked things off with a quick dime.
For the Mystics on the offensive end, now into double figures with 12.
But shortly after, the Mystics' defense turned up the pressure, and Caitlyn found herself getting the foul called against her.
We broke the news to her that she was going to be invited here to DC to play.
And an offensive foul called.
Contact plays were proving difficult with the whistle blowing against her, so Caitlyn made the smart adjustment. She stepped back and took it beyond the arc.
Clark, pull up three, that one. Tickle.
And the dominoes started to fall. Later in the quarter, she shook off herself wide open on the perimeter and let it fly, splashing yet another 3.
Clark, an absolute beautiful shot.
With seconds left on the clock, Caitlyn surprised her defender with a slick step back, creating just enough space to launch her third 3 of the quarter.
Back-to-back triples for Caitlyn Clark.
She was putting on a shooting clinic, and it was clear the Mystics had no answers. And it almost became 4 threes in the quarter, but the moment was snatched away by yet another whistle.
A whistle and a foul. And one more for good measure.
But it didn't really matter. There was still a quarter left, and Caitlyn was already sitting on 5 threes in total, with the focus on to the real prize, securing the win. And for her, luckily, her teammates had her back.
See at Capital One Arena for this matchup.
Samuelson at the buzzer.
It was raining threes, and Caitlyn wasn't letting up, continuing the streak and letting it fly. Splash.
They're seeing her.
Clark, out of the...
Triple in a row. The crowd was on its feet, the Mystics were scrambling, and Caitlyn was locked in, proving why she's one of the deadliest shooters in the game. And it didn't take long for her to add another to her collection.
Isolation here for Mitchell.
Clark, another one.
That made it official. 7 threes on the night, tying Crystal Robinson for the WNBA's rookie record for the most threes in a game. But with 7 minutes left on the clock, you're probably wondering why Caitlyn didn't just keep firing from beyond the arc. Well, the Mystics had clearly learned their lesson. They were locking her down on the perimeter and, when that wasn't enough, resorting to fouling her. Because let's be honest, 2 free throws are a lot easier to stomach than another 3-pointer raining down on them. With 5 points added from the line, Caitlyn wrapped up the night with a 30-point bomb, tying her career high and delivering yet another unforgettable performance. This game wasn't just about the numbers. It was a statement, a reminder of why she's one of the most electrifying players in the WNBA.
Richards, as she's into the ball game. Richards on the floor. Clark, the step back 3 just below the logo, drills it. Clark pulls off that screen, knocks it down even with her body. Clark, pull up 3, that one. Tickled up, showing out. Clark.
Do as a defender is not give it to her.
Clark. Back-to-back triples. 3 minutes. Clark. A whistle and a foul.
After last night's game, so today, really the first time they're seeing her.
Clark.
Isolation here for Mitchell.
Clark, another one.
I hope you enjoyed this video. Be sure to subscribe to catch more of Caitlyn's incredible past and future performances. And if you'd like to support the channel, you can now buy me a coffee. It really helps me keep bringing you great content. See you in the next one.
And at guard from Iowa, wearing number 22, Caitlyn Clark.
After 222 days, Caitlyn Clark is back, and it looked like she never left.
For Brazil, here's Clark. Wow! You bet! From beyond the logo! And a little point afterwards!
Her longest 3 yet in her preseason debut of year 2. Absolutely insane. Even with a minor left thigh injury, there was no way Caitlyn Clark was missing a sold-out crowd in her old Iowa nest. And with the Fever's new signings on board, you could feel it. This game against Brazil was going to be something special. And from the jump, it took just 30 seconds. First possession, first shot, like she never left.
Salino can't finish. Here comes Clark in transition. Clark, pull up 3. You bet!
And it didn't take long for her partner in threes, Kelsey Mitchell, to follow suit.
Mitchell, why not?
It was clear her teammates didn't slack in the offseason, and CC rewarded that effort.
Eyes up, finding Boston on a dime. Able to finish on the follow.
However, it wasn't all sunshine. There was a little rust, both from Caitlyn and her teammates.
Turn. Nice pocket pass. Boston could...
Maybe it was the injury, or the 222 days away, but Caitlyn clearly needed a moment to find her rhythm.
Season. Clark. Off on that one.
Thankfully, the Fever's ball movement was sharp, and the new signing stepped up right on cue.
Dumps it to Boston. Bonner will fire away and knock it down.
That's an area we saw throughout the course of last season.
After a quick muscle activation on the sideline, Caitlyn checked back in and surprised everyone by shining where you'd least expect it.
The option of having Clark on the floor with Sydney Colson so she can play a little bit more off the ball. As you see a great block from Clark there.
Yeah, she wants to try and give Clark.
And on offense, she effortlessly found the open player, reading the floor like she never missed a beat.
Clark bodying inside, wraps a pass. Good movement here. Cunningham. Plus the foul.
The Fever's game plan for the season is clear. Elite ball movement. And with Caitlyn leading the charge.
We will all stand on our heads. I don't know exactly what that means, but I do know they were excited about her still being there.
And that didn't take all too long.
Clark hit her first attempt from 3 as 3 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist. 9 points for Kelsey Mitchell. Clark. What up?
She ended the first with a 3 and came right back to start the second with another one.
Opening quarter. Kelsey Mitchell with 9 points. Clark, a bomb. It is good.
3 threes already, and her vision was just as sharp. Even when her teammates couldn't always finish the plays,
What a pass. Timpson.
Caitlyn was threading passes like a vet.
Clark in a crowd comes down with it. An Olay pass. Timpson gets down.
And the Fever's ball movement was on another level. Crisp, unselfish, and relentless. Everyone was getting involved.
Turner over to Hull. She got it. Another three for Indiana, their 9th of the half.
You've seen Indiana go with a variety of small...
But Caitlyn didn't just rely on the ball movement.
They have on the floor.
Clark drives, stops, and lays. 11 points for Caitlyn Clark in this first half.
The crowd was loving every second, and the Brazil squad seemed to fan out. But Caitlyn wasn't handing out any mercy.
Here today, the number of already.
They're 11 of 15 as Howard, not 3, is off for Queiroz. Here comes Clark. Down the floor, touchdown, Clark to Bonner.
Caitlyn came to put on a show, and as the Fever's lead grew, it became clear Brazil didn't stand a chance.
Here's Clark. Clark on the drive, gets to the cup. 13 for Caitlyn Clark in this first half.
With a 46-point lead heading into halftime, the game was no longer competitive, but that didn't stop CC from putting her full game on display.
Here's Clark. Off the turnover, Clark dishes, Boston floats it in.
But it was still a process for her teammates, getting used to those lightning-quick dimes coming their way.
Back from Mitchell, Clark. Extra feed, Boston leaves it short.
So every now and then, Caitlyn took matters into her own hands.
Catch. Attack, floater, is good. Here's Clark. Oh, what a look. Mitchell the extra feed, and Boston is fouled.
But her best moment of the game was still on the way. In the meantime, the dimes kept coming in.
And here comes Clark. Clark backdoor, nice find, and the layup is good. Strong finish from Ejim. On the dime from Clark.
Not only a great baseline.
With just seconds left in the third, Caitlyn decided to do something she has never done before.
Clark. Wow! You bet! From beyond the logo! And a little point afterwards. She knows how to spark the crowd.
A 36-foot bomb, her longest 3 ever in her very first game back. You can't make this up. Pure Caitlyn Clark magic. That would be her final appearance of the night, ending it on the perfect high note. 16 points, 4 threes, 5 assists, and 6 rebounds. Year 2 is already looking insane, and I'll be right here bringing you all the latest. Stay tuned.
It was like a flash of light that we saw from the jersey as Chatoa Walker-Kimbrough was talking to the official about the wrap.
Yeah, the Atlanta Dream weren't holding back, but Caitlyn Clark came right back like it was playoff time.
Step back triple, and Caitlyn not happy. One of the
This was just her second preseason game of year 2, and the final one before the regular season tips off. Still working her way back from a leg injury, Caitlyn was on a minutes restriction, but that didn't stop her from making an impact. But from the jump, Caitlyn was caught off guard by the physicality. It made her start off a little rough.
Caitlyn Clark step back 3, back iron.
Missed shots, tough contact, and no easy looks.
Clark going at Alicia Gray and takes 1 too many steps.
But she saw it coming. She's been in the weight room.
See the difference. And look at the chisel to that right bicep.
And once she pushed full court, nobody could stop her.
Brianna Jones coming off a EuroLeague championship. Just a miscommunication, and Caitlyn Clark taking...
Her passes were on the money too, but her teammates were feeling the heat just as much.
As a presence, Sophie Cunningham, all these fights in the final preseason game. Ooh, look at that pass. Back door, Lexi Hall.
But eventually, they found their groove, and that's when things started to click.
Play of the game against Washington in the preseason game. We've been told that it's the right knee. She will be re-evaluated. Same result for Maya Caldwell. That's Caitlyn Clark, top of the key, and drains her first triple of the day. Now has 5 points and also gives.
And let's just say CC carried that momentum straight into the second quarter.
And Autumn Johnson here with you for preseason game for the Atlanta Dream and Indiana Fever as Caitlyn Clark back.
Contact, but not enough to get the call. Cece with the hand tools behind the back.
The dish on the inside to Sophie Cunningham.
In just a few minutes, she flipped the switch, fooling the Dream, and once they left her on an island, she went to work.
Sophie Cunningham deciding to reset things. Step back triple. And Caitlyn not happy. Wanted the foul as well.
There's nothing you can do about that.
Even with her streak, the Dream stayed in it.
Turnover. Atlanta on a 10-3, make it 12-3 run as they are now just down 1 point.
But Caitlyn didn't have to do it alone. Her team had her back.
South Carolina getting a little taste of that in the WNBA. DeWanna Bonner, triple good.
But the Dream were relentless.
For 7 from the field. Pow returning the favor and done.
And with the Fever wasting multiple possessions, things started to slip. That's when Caitlyn knew it was time to take over.
Leaned on in his first year. Randy Poole that spent time at Dallas. Chelsea Lyles, who he coached with at Florida Gulf Coast, and Cameron Brown as well, who spent time at High Point.
Luckily, Kelsey Mitchell was thinking the same thing.
Over for the first possession for the Atlanta Dream. Just down by 2 at halftime.
And same goes for Aaliyah Boston.
How Ryan Howard, 7 points, all in the second quarter, just ignited this team. You had Tina Pow who started pushing.
Caitlyn was on a dime streak, but the Dream were determined to stop it by any means necessary.
Ryan Howard getting the block, but his call for the foul on DeWanna Bonner, can't believe it.
Even when her teammates couldn't finish, Caitlyn kept firing, dropping dimes like the misses didn't matter. But they did. With just a 2-point lead, things got tough. Scoring droughts, late shots, and a defense that was tight. Maybe a little too tight.
It was like a flash of light that we saw from the jersey as Chatoya Walker-Kimbrough was talking to the official about the wrap. Caitlyn Clark on the deck. DeWanna Bonner slow to get up. A lot going on in this series as they have the numbers, and
after one last dime,
well for Naz Hillman. Full court pass and the bucket.
That was enough. No need to risk injury before the season even starts. But if this is a preview of what's coming, Caitlyn better keep that helmet strapped in tight. She wrapped up the night with 13 points, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds in just 23 minutes. Limited time, full impact. And if this is how she's starting year 2, the league better be ready. Year 2 just kicked off, and the WNBA wasted no time giving us a treat. Caitlyn Clark versus Angel Reese, a matchup that always draws a crowd, and this one didn't disappoint.
A 3, and look out, Caitlyn Clark pushes Angel Reese, and Angel Reese gets right up into Caitlyn Clark.
A triple-double, broken records, and a skill gap that's starting to look more like a canyon. Caitlyn Clark didn't just show up, she made a statement.
Here's Clark firing and hitting 20 points.
And from the jump, Caitlyn wasn't backing down. She welcomed the contact and got the whistle.
Here's Clark working through some contact. Clark diving in, gets the whistle.
And after calmly knocking down the free throws, it was Angel Reese on the other end, getting to work.
Play with so much pace. It's where Caitlyn Clark excelled a season ago.
Angel Reese dives in and finishes through the contact.
But her trash-talking heroics? Yeah, those were quickly shut down.
Wants more of that from her, catching around that 15-foot area.
Clark connects! The first logo bomb of the season from Caitlyn Clark.
Then Angel launches a 3, but it's off. Caitlyn answers with one of her own, and it's just short. Reese responds attacking the rim next, but gets stuffed.
Base barges in and gets denied by Boston.
Then Caitlyn pushes the break, but her layup rolls off. So it's time to adjust, and Caitlyn does so by sending some dimes.
Conditioning.
Maybe the broadcasters as well. Here's Howard, gets the whistle off a pretty dime from Clark.
But it was starting to become clear. Her Fever teammates weren't fully ready for those lasers yet.
On the offensive glass, but Howard comes away with it. Here is Clark. Clark feeding Boston, who can't finish. Lexi Hull comes in, grabs the rebound. She said, well, I know you guys love it. Oh, what a pass from Clark. But
Luckily, her defense was enough to shut down Reese's drives. But to create real separation, her teammates needed to start finishing the plays she was setting up. And luckily for her, Lexi Hull got that message.
The Hull, here's Clark in transition. Clark, oh, what a look. And Hull lays it in.
But with Reese starting to knock down threes,
Reese will fire the three and hit from downtown. Angel.
Caitlyn knew she had to take it up another notch, and that's exactly what she did.
Hitting Boston. Boston fakes and lays it in. There's that two-player chemistry.
But Reese wasn't having it. She blatantly shoved Boston in the face, trying to break up the chemistry. Still, that didn't stop Caitlyn from keeping the offense flowing.
Her passing and the way that makes her a threat from so many different places on the floor. Clark, little mid-range is good. Boston gives it back. Clark to Boston, her jumper is good.
The chemistry between Caitlyn and Boston was unmatched. It even felt like it gave Caitlyn some wings.
Reese is a very good passer.
Clark.
Some of those shots were a bit much this early on, and on the fast break, she was asking a little too much from her vets.
The fling ahead, Howard.
Still, it didn't take long before she gave the crowd exactly what they came to see.
Here's Clark, 4 seconds left. Clark fires. You bet! Clark drills the three to end the second.
The Fever entered the second half with a 13-point lead and plenty left in the tank, and they didn't waste any time putting it to use.
Fifth. Here's Clark spinning, bouncing, what a find, and Howard lays it in on a delectable dime from Caitlyn Clark.
Caitlyn was really putting her full playmaking arsenal on display.
Nurse short on a three, Clark her 6th rebound. Here's Clark in transition. Nice find.
Another missed layup, but luckily, Aaliyah Boston was locked in.
Especially adjusted to a new team. Here's Boston. Fakes the jumper, rumbles inside, and drops it in.
While Angel was still battling to get the ball in the hoop.
Really well against the bigger Cardoso.
Reese spinning, couldn't pop it in. The O board, no. Another chance stripped away by Clark.
Caitlyn was in full control, taking charge and stretching the lead.
Solid first game.
Clark looking to shake Vandersloot. Step back is good. Caitlyn Clark.
It had been a fierce but fairly composed game until the third quarter. The Sky bricked a three, and Reese shoved Howard in the back, going for the rebound, but no whistle. So Caitlyn tried to stop the break with a take foul, but Reese took that personal.
Caitlyn Clark pushes Angel Reese, and Angel Reese gets right up into Caitlyn Clark. Afterwards has something to say as Clark walks away.
After a review, the refs determined that Caitlyn shoved Angel after the foul, resulting in a controversial flagrant. After the game, both players brushed it off, calling it just a common foul. But let's be real, that pot had been simmering for a while. But that little exchange clearly lit a fire. CC came out of the gate swinging.
From Hull, Clark couldn't handle it. 6 to shoot. Here's Boston, will fire a three, and hit. Clark gives it up, gets it back. Clark looking to take Williams, finds Boston inside for 2. Here is Clark pushing pace, racing up the floor. What a dime as Mitchell couldn't finish the lay.
She was up to 14, 7, and 7, and you could already feel it. Something special was brewing.
Just trying to impact winning the right way. I think over the last couple of years and having some experience losing made me want to win more, so just trying to impact winning.
And with her teammates running the floor in transition, it all started to come easier.
Closes in on a triple-double, 2 assists, 1 rebound away. Clark leading Mitchell for the lay, and the building is up for grabs. Clark gets it back from Boston. Now bounces to her. Boston drops it in.
That was her 10th assist, putting her just 1 rebound away from a triple-double in her Year 2 opener. A truly historic moment in the making. But before sealing the triple-double, she had more to show, from way beyond the arc.
Here's Clark firing and hitting. 20 points for Caitlyn Clark.
And her vet, DeWanna Bonner, had history to make of her own, breaking a scoring record and becoming third on the WNBA's all-time scoring list.
She has tied Tina Thompson for third on the all-time scoring list. And DeWanna Bonner sits alone in third place on the all-time WNBA scoring list.
And when Caitlyn grabbed that final rebound, she sealed it.
Down. There it is! A triple-double for Caitlyn Clark. The third of her career. And she starts 2025 with a triple-double.
And just one look at the final score, this tells you everything. The Sky didn't stand a chance. The Fever are looking like a powerhouse this season. And if this is how they're starting, the rest of the WNBA better be ready. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more breakdowns all season long. See you in the next one. Game 2 of Year 2, and Caitlyn Clark didn't waste any time.
That is just that signature Caitlyn Clark shot. She will launch. Oh, yes! Caitlyn Clark's fifth three from the logo.
History was broken, and Caitlyn Clark contributed to over 50 points. She's just on another level, but the game started a lot rougher than it ended.
Well, it's the cadence that they play with in the quarter court as well.
Fever coming off that performance on Saturday as Pow Pow takes it inside and finishes.
Tahina Pow Pow with a really smart play right.
A turnover, a missed layup. It was a shaky start, but it didn't take long for Caitlyn to flip the switch.
Some adjustments, but they are doing a good job playing with two bigs so far.
And there's Clark turning the corner, getting to the rim and drawing the foul.
And once she got going, even the refs seemed to be on her side. Even her vision started clicking.
Has it denied. Austin sends it back. Clark with numbers. Bounce pass Howard.
She just knew where to find her teammates, and this time, they finished the job.
That's a combination of why they're going to have a much better defensive effort.
They're off to the races. Clark inside, Hole runs into traffic, flips it up, draws a foul, and one. Lexi Hole, the circus shot goes.
But there was one move they couldn't replicate.
Themselves into an early hole here. Clark looking to get going. Oh, that's a deep three.
But that only fired up the team even more, and Caitlyn kept the engine running, facilitating every step of the way.
Bounce pass ahead. Mitchell running the floor, lays it in.
And when they tried to stop the magic, they failed.
Clark launches and draws the foul. One was from the logo. She'll try to earn him.
Her magic took a brief dip, and the calls stopped going her way.
Clark hangs. She thought she was fouled.
But Caitlyn found a way to adjust, and once again, she thrived.
To existence is 6 or 7 players averaging double figures. They believe it.
Backdoor pass there from Clark to Kelsey Mitchell.
Even when the Dream's best player, Ryan Howard, stepped up to guard her, there was still no stopping Caitlyn.
Clark trying to shake Howard. Clark steps back and knocks it down.
And even when Howard got the better of her for a moment,
Possession for Indiana.
And Howard, good hands defensively.
Caitlyn came right back.
That's the kind of screen I'm talking about.
Mitchell
right there.
Back for Clark and hits a three.
That's what I'm talking about.
And even stronger than before. Even when her teammates got blocked, Caitlyn never lost trust.
Back within 4. Clark bouncing. Boston finishing.
At halftime, the score said it all. This was even up for grabs, but it was Howard's Dream who came out swinging to start the second half.
Second half here underway from Indianapolis as Howard launches and hits a three.
And it looked like she brought a bit of magic with her too.
We spent most of the second quarter working their way back into the game, and Ryan Howard.
It wasn't the best start to the half, even with Caitlyn on the verge of hitting 20 points and 10 assists to break the record.
Mitchell with the steal. It's a 3-on-2. Clark back for Mitchell. She will launch and knock down a long.
At that point, the only thing on her mind was the battle with Ryan Howard. It was game on.
Clark from the mid-range. connects for 2.
Down by 10 in the fourth, the Fever needed a spark, and fast. It was time for someone to step up.
She needs to look for those shots.
Here's Clark on the drive, being hounded behind the back. Boston has it. Shot clock down to 5 again. But Boston. Another second chance opportunity. Clark fire away and knocks down a 3.
Just 2 back-to-back moments of brilliance, and suddenly, the Fever were within 7. The comeback was on.
That is just that signature Caitlyn Clark shot. She will launch. Oh, yes!
And then it was 4, because there's no stopping the Clark train once it's rolling.
Firing and hitting.
That's a tough 2, man. I mean, that's good D.
But her teammates weren't always ready, because that pass could have been the one to break the record. Luckily, who else but Kelsey Mitchell to break the seal?
Side step and knocks down a 3.
But the Fever were still trailing, so Caitlyn kept her foot on the gas.
Clark turns on the Jets. Clark lays it in.
Clutch layups, pinpoint dimes.
There's that drag screen.
Bounce it for Boston. Boston lays it in. It's a 2-point game.
They haven't had much of that tonight.
She dragged the Fever back within 2, putting up 27 points and 11 assists in the process. Absolute takeover mode. But with the game hanging in the balance, it was clear this one was going to be decided in the final minute. A sharp pass from Caitlyn to Boston put the Fever on the line, with a chance to finally take the lead. But Boston hit just one of the 2, leaving the Fever up by 1 and giving the Dream a full 20 seconds to take the lead. And they did. A careless foul by Mitchell sent Howard to the line, and the rest is history.
That left hand. Watch the left arm. Right there. That's what they called.
Howard knocked down both, giving the Dream the lead, but the Fever still had 10 seconds to respond. Strangely, Caitlyn inbounded the ball and never got it back. And when she's not taking the last shot, you know it's not ending well. Even with a historic performance, it just wasn't enough to get the win. But one thing's clear, Caitlyn Clark is building a legacy, one game at a time. Just a few games into the season, and Caitlyn Clark is already the league's #1 target. Every team wants to stop her, no matter how. But even with the refs against her, Caitlyn still finds a way to make it happen.
Clark gets it. She's got time. Cloud defending. Clark trying to create some airspace. Long 3 at the horn. Oh! Caitlyn Clark rising from the ashes here in the 3rd quarter. And Indiana with an 8-point lead.
But from the jump, it wasn't about her. Caitlyn came out ready to facilitate and get her team going.
Phoebish starting off on Caitlyn Clark. New York was pretty coy about how they would defend her. Boston, the roll, the catch, and puts it in.
And it wouldn't be long before she fired off another one of those full-court bullets.
Sabrina, short on the jumper.
Well, you want to make Sabrina dribble into her shots if possible.
Mitchell gets behind the secondary and puts it in.
And Jordan, that's why it's so important for Caitlyn Clark.
But the moment she tried to attack the basket, you could feel it. The physicality ramped up instantly.
Into the vision of Caitlyn Clark early.
Clark steps on the gas, goes right by Stewart, and picks up the foul.
Early on, the refs were with her and sent her to the line, but it wasn't consistent. So Caitlyn adjusted, played it smart, and leaned into her dimes instead.
Players like Ionescu and Caitlyn Clark, the way that you defend your team slants, Boston galloping to the cup. The connection works again.
There's not a lot of space there.
She didn't get every call, but when she attacked the basket and the contact was too obvious to ignore.
They went through a really detailed defensive scout yesterday.
The whistle finally came.
Another and one opportunity as she goes window shopping.
She went 2 for 2 at the line, but it was clear every layup came with a price. So she switched it up again.
With those right-handed layups.
I mean, they have 9 baskets, and I have one officially with 7 right-handed layups.
Clark found a hole in the defense.
And with the D pressing high, Caitlyn matched that energy, finding Aaliyah Boston.
Talked about doing a lot of cardio, wanted to be bulletproof, and so far, Aaliyah Boston's been bulletproof.
But even when she tried to avoid the contact, the Liberty still found her.
So the Fever gained the 1-point advantage, just under 40 seconds up here in the opening quarter. And that's going to be a foul.
Crazy enough, the whistle went against Caitlyn, and not even 10 seconds later, they were physically blocking her from even getting open.
Work off balls, you mentioned, fighting through some contact. That's going to be an off-ball foul, and that'll send Caitlyn Clark to the free throw line.
But after that free throw, the Fever hit a tough drought. Double teams on Caitlyn, wide open missed layups,
Mitchell, the baseline catch goes high.
and suddenly they were down 14. Luckily, Caitlyn could count on Aaliyah Boston to keep the game from slipping too far out of reach.
Clark over the top, Boston.
Even when Caitlyn couldn't get it to fall, Boston was right there, cleaning the glass.
Clark, no good. Boston right there to clean it up, and a timeout on the floor.
But the contact kept escalating. A 50-50 ball nearly took out Caitlyn's knee in the process. It was getting rough out there.
Backside of Burke. Clark and Stewart come crashing to the floor, and that'll be New York ball.
So Caitlyn eased off and let the Boston show roll on, feeding her in the post and letting the big work.
Goes over the top, Boston, the catch fading away, goes off the glass.
Really nice job of loading to the strong side and allowing.
With the deficit shrinking, this tactic was clearly working, so Caitlyn kept feeding Boston in the second half.
Other players, and talks about the supporting cast around Caitlyn Clark this year, that she doesn't have to shoulder the whole load. Boston, the floater, popcorn's in, we've got a 2-point game.
That is the best action.
You heard that right, the lead was gone, and moments later, Caitlyn found Mitchell for the bucket that tied it all up.
How defenses have to stretch so far down the court. Here's Mitchell, sets her feet, Mitchell raising the three, and we've got a tie ball game.
The Fever had momentum on their side, and Caitlyn was ready to take charge by herself.
Batted a lot, bodies on the floor. Clark 1-on-3, trying to split the defense, goes into traffic, and reverses it off the glass. Stewart driving and
But once again, no call. So on the very next possession, Caitlyn took it to another level and made sure the refs couldn't ignore her anymore.
Clark, step back three. Oh, she hit it and draws the foul. Welcome back, Caitlyn Clark.
Nothing energizes me more too, but nothing frustrates me more than Breanna Stewart.
Intercept goes right by Stewart, but blocked. Big time collision, and Clark is still down on the floor.
That was her second hard hit on Caitlyn this game, and it felt like Breanna was on a different mission tonight, but that didn't stop Caitlyn from pulling off some magic.
Bending, Clark trying to create some airspace, long three at the horn. Oh! Caitlyn Clark rising from the ashes here in the third quarter, and Indiana with an 8-point lead.
That's one way to end the third. Buzzer beater and an 8-point lead for the Fever, and Caitlyn kept the momentum rolling into the fourth, first finding Boston once again to keep the pressure on.
Rolled Clark a little bit deeper into the paint on that.
It's Boston, the pump fake. Stewart goes crashing down, no whistle. Boston fighting for the ball.
And not long after, it was her turn to get going.
It's over dribble. Slices through the defense and a finish with the right.
But the Liberty clawed their way back into it, and the Fever tied it up again when Boston got hacked in the paint and earned a trip to the line. With 30 seconds left, the game was in the Fever's hands. Of course, they gave it to CC. She attacked the basket, drew the defense, and kicked it to Bonner.
Dumps it off. Bonner blocked at the top.
Bonner's shot was blocked, and off the inbound, Caitlyn found Mitchell, but she missed too.
Puts it up. Mitchell, no good. Hits the rim. New York will have a chance. They call timeout.
With 8 seconds left, the Liberty had their shot, and Caitlyn's instructions were clear. No fouls.
Box is out.
Cloud the catch, back to Ionescu. Sabrina turns the corner. Sabrina the bump and draws the foul with 2.9 remaining.
At first, it looked like a careless foul by Lexi Hull, but the replay told a different story. It was clear who initiated the contact. Still, the refs bought it, and the Liberty were gifted a trip to the line. They knocked down both free throws. And on the other end, Caitlyn had just 4 seconds to change the outcome.
Screening action down low. Clark has to get open. 1 second left. Clark doesn't get the shot off. Cloud locks her up.
Would you believe it? Same kind of contact initiation, but this time, no call. The refs let it go. Game over.
He's unable to get a shot attempt up.
In a moment that mattered most, you'd expect the officiating to be equal, but tonight, the Liberty got a nudge in the back, while Caitlyn caught an elbow. Not literally, but you get the picture. But all that contact caught up to her. Now she's out with an injury. And surprise, ratings are already dropping. Let's hope she gets back soon. Until then, stay locked in, and I'll see you in the next one. Caitlyn Clark versus the Atlanta Dream, a battle to the very end, and let's just say she didn't come out unscathed.
And the shot clock. There's a lot of bumping and chippiness at half court between Ryan Howard and Caitlyn Clark. And last game, the shot clock, Maya Caldwell had to corral it back in. Another offensive foul against Brittany Griner.
Luckily, it didn't start out that way. With Ryan Howard guarding her, Caitlyn made sure to set the tone early, getting the first bucket on the board.
In the paint, Atlanta coming off of back-to-back games, scoring 90-plus points, and Caitlyn Clark.
But that didn't stop Howard. She came right back with a bucket of her own.
Veteran in this league, she knows how to play around the rim.
Ryan Howard!
And it didn't take long for Howard to get in favor with the refs.
So she's used to it,
I would say.
Even with that, she switched gears and put her team to work.
What kind of responsibility do you know that you have as you're shaping the culture that we're seeing here in today's game?
I mean, honestly...
But her team wasn't on the same flow just yet.
Clark got the switch with Bree Jones on her, sends it to the corner. Sophie Cunningham comes in and out three.
But on defense, Howard was getting a little too handsy, and it wasn't just one possession. It happened back to back.
Difference between the game and the shot clock. There's a lot of bumping and chippiness at half court between Ryan Howard and Caitlyn Clark.
It was clear Caitlyn was getting fed up, and Howard, she took the challenge head on, but so did Caitlyn.
Caitlyn gets it back, tries to send it over. Cunningham gets it to go.
Caitlyn was locked in, ready to take control and push the Fever back into the lead.
Caitlyn Clark too handsy. Without Caitlyn, we know very well she likes to let it fly from the left. Pulls up baseline, good to go.
She does like that spot, but on the other end, Howard was answering right back.
They got 4 on the shot clock. Howard pulls up, triple, good.
When you get Ryan Howard mad, this is what...
It was turning into a classic star-for-star duel. First Caitlyn.
Space couldn't get the bucket. Here comes Caitlyn Clark. It's how Caitlyn...
Then Howard.
And it gave you some production.
Right now, Indiana has the advantage for bench points, 15-2 as Ryan Howard.
Then Caitlyn again with another dime.
Game of the season was an overtime one where she dropped 36 points.
It was a fair battle until Brittany Griner stepped in. That's when things started to get physical and dirty.
On the shot clock, Maya Caldwell had to corral it back in. Another offensive foul against Brittany Griner. That will be her 5th.
An intentional elbow the moment she saw Caitlyn. Just wild, but it didn't stop Caitlyn from turning up the pressure.
Clark found a lane and she'll take it.
And she was ready to take on even more. But once again, the Dream responded with physical play, trying to wear her down. At this point, it was almost comical how much they were targeting her. And yet, Caitlyn still got her bucket.
On the triple. Ryan Howard, Caitlyn Clark finding a way to miss.
Excellent.
Unfortunately, her team wasn't on the same page, committing sloppy fouls that gave the Dream extra chances.
Mitchell, Caitlyn Clark, and Aaliyah Boston all just frustrated in this game with their shots.
It even had some fans celebrating a little too early, but all that extra contact, Caitlyn saw it as an opportunity, and she took full advantage.
Back. Fever can take the lead with a 3 or tie. And Caitlyn Clark draws the foul.
Gray is a little bit taken back by that shot.
She knocked down 2 of 3 at the line, but the Dream answered right back, getting a call on the other end and taking the lead again, with just 3 minutes to go.
5 from 3 in this game.
And draws the foul, Caitlyn Clark now.
Luckily, it didn't take long for Kelsey Mitchell to come through in the clutch.
Lexi Hall had 5 of their own. Big stop for Atlanta here. Kelsey lines it up. Why not?
And just as quickly, Howard got handsy again. The Dream racked up 21 fouls, and everyone who guarded Caitlyn was in deep foul trouble. With 40 seconds left and a 1-point lead, Caitlyn made the smart play, dumping it to Boston and letting her go to work.
In this game, stops on the dime, looking to pull up, finds Aaliyah Boston, who gets the bucket to go, still.
The Dream tried to answer quickly, but their night ended the same way it started.
Another, big foul going against Atlanta. Ryan Howard pushes off Sophie Cunningham.
Even with just 7 seconds left, the Dream were still grabbing.
Floor.
But it wasn't enough to stop the Fever. Final score, 81-76. Surprisingly, the Fever ended with 4 more fouls, despite all the contact Caitlyn took. If this is the tone for the season, staying healthy won't be easy. Let's just hope she can hold up, because the league needs her. After 20 days sidelined by injury, Caitlyn Clark returned and picked the perfect target, revenge against the undefeated New York Liberty. And just like that, it looked like she never left.
Clark, another long three. She's back.
This might have been Caitlyn Clark's best performance yet. NBA range threes, broken records, and a level of brilliance the WNBA's never seen before. And the first time she brought it up the court, she wasted no time, dropping a perfect dime that set the tone for the night.
For her last two. Nicely done to get it inside to Mitchell. Those two have such a great connection, especially when Kelsey.
The connection was instant, and that same chemistry showed up again when she found Aaliyah Boston in the post.
Great rebounding team this season.
Same in transition. Boston was already on the move. She knew exactly what was coming.
This is one thing you get with Clark is great pace and great passes. Found Boston perfectly.
A dime straight out of a quarterback's playbook that made 3 assists with 3 minutes left in the first. But Caitlyn hadn't even scored yet, until she changed that in style.
Clark last played for Indiana against New York, and now she takes it in off glass and has a chance for a 3-point play.
She put a top-tier defender on skates and finished with the N1. Now that's CC magic. And well, with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the first, that magic would do something that would change not only this game, but WNBA history.
Cunningham is down behind the play, but they've got
A deep pull-up, and it didn't stop there. It sparked something unstoppable.
two players with incredible
The commentator was speechless after that one, back to back, and this one even deeper than the last. But wait, it didn't even stop it there.
Clark, another long three. She's back.
3 threes in under a minute to close the quarter, and 2 of them were from over 30 feet. That's at least 6 feet beyond the NBA line. That's not just deep, that's Curry range. And just so you don't forget, she had been out for 20 days before this. No warm-up, no easing in, just straight fire. And with the Liberty daring to leave her open to start the second, it was a no-brainer. The streak wasn't done yet.
Start second in a row, and Clark stays red hot.
Even her practice shot after the foul didn't touch the rim. That's how locked in she was, sitting on 4 threes and 17 points while the rest of her team hadn't made a single field goal. Luckily, she was more than ready to carry the load.
Traffic. And then steps back with the three over Breanna Stewart.
This isn't a video game. Caitlyn Clark just knocked down 5 straight threes in the first half, including 3 bombs in just 38 seconds. And with Lexi Hull catching fire too,
Hull left open momentarily and she nailed it.
the Fever were suddenly chasing a new franchise record for made threes. But Liberty's number 5, Natasha Cloud, wasn't having it. She pulled out the dirty playbook to knock Caitlyn out of her rhythm.
And now a whistle is...
Unfortunately, this kind of physical targeting has become a theme in the WNBA, but luckily, not even that could stop Caitlyn tonight.
Sharon. Mark trying to answer, and indeed she does.
And with all that shooting, you might forget, she's an elite passer too.
Floor. Oh, behind the back action. Oh. From the corner.
But just when you thought the pass was the highlight, she outdid herself again, drilling yet another 3 to close the half.
Caitlyn Clark. Feeling the 3.
This was hands down the best first half of her young WNBA career, single-handedly keeping the Fever in the game, shooting a ridiculous 66% from deep, and making sure the Liberty felt every bit of her presence. But there was one problem the Fever just couldn't shake: missing open layups.
Howard gets it to Clark, another perfect pass to Hall.
Caitlyn could have had a double-double by halftime, but her teammates kept fumbling the easiest shots. Luckily, Caitlyn dug into her bag and started showing out on defense too.
Taken away by Clark, it's off of Stewart, so Indiana basketball.
Luckily, halfway through the third, the engine finally started to rev for the Fever. Her teammates began finding rhythm.
For some options, Hall spots up for three and hits it.
First, Hull knocked down a clutch three. Then Aaliyah Boston went to work in the paint.
Until last night, this run. Oh, that's a nice little fake by Boston.
And now, with defenders worried about the pass, Caitlyn Clark flipped the script, attacking the basket with purpose.
Caitlyn challenged Sobley and won it.
She was in a total flow state, calm, locked in, untouchable. And even with a defender draped all over her, she rose up and drilled her 7th three of the night.
Clark nails it. A 17-0 run.
This is why you buy a ticket, nights like this. And if you want to see Caitlyn Clark live, grab your seats with code THEWENBYSHOW on SeatGeek for a nice little discount. Don't miss it. She was already sitting on a big 30, and there was still a quarter and a half to play. But guess who was right back on her tail?
Cloud and Clark have had some nice
Caitlyn got rewarded with a trip to the line, and Cloud, she got a seat on the bench. But even with the game settling down, Lexi Hull was out here going for the hat trick.
Kind of like a hockey line change. Off the inbounds.
Her third missed layup of the night. And when I tell you how many assists Caitlyn ended the night with, you'll understand just how sour this really was. Luckily, Lexi Hull redeemed herself midway through the fourth.
Clark, and then a perfect bounce pass with Hull working the baseline.
Caitlyn made it look effortless, and when she started dribbling literal circles around the defense, you just knew this game was over.
Killing some more clock, and maybe the dagger. Kelsey Mitchell lighting it up here in the fourth quarter. And Indiana.
In the final 2 minutes, the Fever held their ground and secured the W. Caitlyn Clark wrapped up the night with a monster stat line: 32 points, 9 assists, and 8 rebounds. And yeah, if just 2 more boards dropped her way and one teammate finished a wide open layup, we'd be talking about a 32-point triple-double. But maybe that much history in one night was already enough. She hit 7 threes, helped set a new franchise record, and reminded everyone exactly who she is. If you want to see her do it live, use code THEWENBYSHOW on SeatGeek for a nice little discount. Hit that subscribe button, because this is just the beginning.
Hustled away.
I mean, is that displacement? I think it is.
Oh, and Marina Mabry's going to get ejected. If the officials saw that, Marina Mabry is going to get ejected.
If it wasn't clear yet, it is now. Caitlyn Clark is being hunted in the WNBA, and this game against the Connecticut Sun was the clearest proof yet. But you know the saying, he who laughs last, laughs the longest.
During the game.
All right. Here is Clark, splashing home a three from way downtown. Some words with the Connecticut bench.
And right from the jump, Connecticut's number 4 made her mission clear: stick to Caitlyn like glue, no matter where she moved.
Tempo, and that's not just the 94 feet, that's their cadence in the quarter court as well.
Here is Clark from...
But with that came a lot of unnecessary contact and no whistles from the refs early on, setting the tone for a long, physical night.
Different team with 22 on the floor that time.
In the 7th minute, the refs finally gave her a break.
Cutting Caitlyn Clark defensively.
Clark runs into traffic and gets the foul call.
And not long after, Caitlyn shook off JC Sheldon and made them pay.
Clark launches and hits.
I wonder if
J.C. Sheldon in her 4 years at Ohio State has nightmares when she's thinking about going against Clark.
Those nightmares came alive again tonight, and we're still haunted by our own.
Matched up plenty in the WNBA as well. Here's Clark rolling Boston.
At this point, someone needs to throw a missed layup counter on screen for her teammates, and maybe one for how many times J.C. Sheldon was up in her grill too.
J.C. Sheldon really trying to be disruptive and physical with Clark.
This led to an early breather for Caitlyn to conserve some energy, and when she checked back in later that quarter, it showed.
Here. Rivers is an impressive looking rookie out of NC State.
And when Boston converts, Caitlyn can find her all night, but easier said than done. She had a lot of trouble converting those passes, the looks were there, but the Suns' defense made every finish a war in the paint.
Here is Clark, who sees the double team, feeds inside. Boston couldn't finish.
And the refs were letting everything slide, but Caitlyn wasn't. She got into it with Sheldon a little, letting her know she wasn't backing down from the physical. But the real problem of the night were the refs. By swallowing their whistles, they turned the game into more of a brawl than basketball. However, it didn't take long for Caitlyn to answer the chaos the only way she knows how.
Sophie Cunningham suffered her ankle injury in that game, but in addition to that, she actually had part of her front tooth knocked out. She made contact with J.C. Sheldon as Caitlyn Clark knocks down the...
Pure basketball, and that bottled up frustration started turning into a mini run. You could just feel the shift. First, an instant inbound assist.
And keep in mind, the Fever had 17 as a team.
Then, one of those deep snipes we all know and love.
Perfecting her craft.
Retreating, firing and hitting.
So she can do that.
Already 3 for 3 from deep, but in transition, she wasn't selfish.
Oh, Clark just took it away. It's a 2-on-1. Clark, bounce pass, pretty find, and Mitchell won't miss from there.
A 6-point lead, and the Sun were back to their usual tricks. But so was Caitlyn. They were so scared of her passing, she faked them out and took the open lane herself.
Pass in, it's Clark right up the middle.
At one point, she even had Sheldon scrambling on the floor and nearly cashed in the coldest 3 of the night. Momentum was shifting, but with offensive calls piling up against the Fever, halftime came just in time to cool things down. Out of halftime, Caitlyn wasted no time, crossed up Sheldon, and dropped a perfect dime like she never took a break.
Clark behind the back, feed inside. 2 more for Howard.
And I guess Sheldon's ankles were feeling that one, because right after, she started getting real handsy again.
Felt like she was fouled there by Sheldon.
But no whistle. Meanwhile, on the other end, the Sun were handed one on a silver platter.
Strong offensive rebound, put back won't go. There's a...
Yeah, there's no foul there.
But they gave it anyway, despite 0 contact. The crowd saw it crystal clear in 4K, and they let the refs hear it. This probably made the Sun feel invincible, because on the very next play, they took the Caitlyn abuse to a whole new level.
Away.
I mean, is that displacement? I think it is.
Oh, and Marina Mabry's going to get ejected. If the officials saw that, Marina Mabry is going to get ejected.
First, a deliberate poke in the eye, then a blatant shove in the back. It was disgraceful, but what the refs did after, even worse.
Clark has a technical, Mabry has a technical, Charles has a technical. Wow, is Mabry going to stay in this game? That's hard to believe.
Yes, you heard that right. Mabry got to stay in the game and somehow ended up with the same technical as Caitlyn. And of course, she was classlessly smiling and dancing like she'd just gotten away with robbery.
If sprinting over and knocking a player to the ground in a dead ball situation doesn't get you ejected, what does it take to get ejected?
As much as I love Marina Mabry as a player, I think that was a really poor decision by her. I do think that warrants ejection.
And the crowd agreed, and they let her hear it, raining down the boos. Caitlyn, luckily, bounced back fast from all that abuse, stepping to the line cool as ever.
So Clark is shooting...
She sat out the rest of the third, with the Fever holding their 12-point lead steady. But the moment she checked back in for the fourth, the physical play ramped right back up.
Hand, their left hand.
Rivers will be called for the foul on Clark.
In the fourth quarter, tied 76-76. Sabrina Ionescu leads all scores with 31 points.
After weaving through all the body checks, she finally found her rhythm again.
Clark weaving through traffic and gets the roll.
And when Sheldon stepped back in on her, it gave her that extra motivation, and she let it out.
She never texts me during the game.
All right. Here is Clark, splashing home a three from way downtown.
She was jawing at the Connecticut bench and giving the crowd exactly what they came for. If you want to be like these fans and witness greatness live, don't miss out. Grab your tickets to watch Caitlyn Clark in action on SeatGeek. Use code TheHooperShow for a nice little discount. Don't miss out. This would be Caitlyn's final action of the night, but make no mistake, the fire she sparked kept burning long after she checked out, in the form of her teammate Sophie Cunningham, who made it clear she had Caitlyn's back, going straight at Sheldon and matching their energy.
Sheldon going coast to coast. And here's we got another break is here as JC Sheldon goes right after Sophie Cunningham.
A clear foul, but by then, the refs' questionable decisions were catching up with them. What should have been a clean game, clearly dominated by the Fever, was dragged down by missed calls and unchecked physicality. And when the officials finally decided to start tossing players, the damage had already been done. Luckily, Caitlyn walked away from this one without another injury, but the league has to do better. The constant hits, the no calls, the targeting, it's not just unfair. It's dangerous. Protecting stars like her isn't just about safety, it's about the future of the game. Let's hope the message gets through, and fast. Caitlyn Clark is back, and the first obstacle in her way, a familiar foe she knows all too well.
And the shot clock. There's a lot of bumping and chippiness at half court between Ryan Howard and Caitlyn Clark.
But this time, she was ready to bring the heat back to them.
It's usually loud, but it's really loud tonight.
Clark, the hesitation, draws the foul, lays it in, and one, Caitlyn Clark.
And tonight, she set the tone early, getting everyone involved right out of the gate.
Against the Golden State Valkyries, here's Caitlyn Clark on the drive, sets up Boston, and she's got Indiana on the board.
But getting herself going from three wasn't happening early, so she made sure to get a bucket within the first few minutes.
Finds it in the form of Clark, and her bank shot stays down.
But this came with a risk, because as we've seen in so many games before, that targeted physicality against her was far from over. And same story here, getting hammered at the rim. And even without the ball, they were still chasing her.
The ball more. Let her hunt her shot a bit. Clark was fouled by Caldwell.
She had to literally brawl for every bucket under the rim, but with the crowd behind her, she didn't shy away from the contact one bit.
Maybe another player that should have been given a really good look.
Clark, hesitation, gets to the rim and lays it in.
And when things got too crowded under the rim, she let her IQ take over, finding the better option.
What a first quarter for Jordan Canada, who's got 10 points, as Clark bounces for Howard.
But then the contact ramped up, and as usual, the refs weren't on her side.
Shot clock down to 4. Clark get it off in time, she will not. It's a shot clock violation.
However, sometimes the fouls were just too obvious to ignore.
Not just playoff contender, but perhaps a championship contender.
That opened the door for Caitlyn to get creative again, looking for her teammates to step up.
She was hoping that those would be reduced here today as she makes that return from injury. Clark bounce pass, Boston too strong.
And luckily, this time they delivered.
Shots. Clark, Dantas connects.
Caitlyn was looking every bit the floor general out there, while her teammates stepped up and knocked down their shots.
Clark feed inside, Mitchell with the reverse. 21 points. Boston, she'll answer with a triple.
But not every dime ended in a bucket, as Ryan Howard wasn't having it.
Ahead, here is Flash, Natasha Howard, but Ryan comes up with the block.
The reason the Fever couldn't build a big lead was because of her. However, even without Caitlyn in full rhythm, she gave us a glimpse of that deadly three.
All pulls it down, 3 blue jerseys are back. All into the teeth of the defense, Clark fading and hitting.
You could see how relieved she was after that one. Her first 3 of the night, but unfortunately, also her last.
Clark fire away and
miss on a three.
But it wasn't the last foul from the Dream, who kept playing with their hands, yet the Fever managed to fight through and hold their ground, but not without taking a bump on the head.
Mitchell, beautiful work on the baseline, lays it in. Is there a foul in there as well? It is so loud in this building.
However, she didn't lose focus, even getting a little showy with it too.
That drag action that is really successful for Indiana.
Boston backs her way in, draws the foul, it's on the floor.
All the fouls were clearly frustrating Caitlyn. Every possession she had to literally brace for impact, throwing her off her rhythm as she tried to adjust after some time away. But to her credit, she stayed persistent and kept fighting.
Clark muscles her way inside, shot clock down to 5, flips it up, gets it to go, and a foul.
And with that persistence, she took control, putting the Fever ahead. And heading into the fourth, she carried that same energy.
But it's really loud tonight.
Clark, the hesitation, draws the foul, lays it in, and one, Caitlyn Clark.
But the Dream weren't ready to give up either, banking on their fouls being let off, and at times, they actually were.
Really hounding Caitlyn Clark.
Clark gets inside, Boston.
And with Griner on the floor, Caitlyn had to be extra careful, so she went back to what she does best, dropping dimes.
She will be first before it's all said and done. Atlanta loses Cunningham.
With a 9-point lead, Caitlyn was reading the floor like a newspaper.
Now here is Clark. Eyes ahead. Lob inside. Finds Boston right on the money.
And the crowd was loving every second of it, so she rewarded them with yet another pinpoint dime.
Indiana has doubled and or dug inside and got a turnover.
Clark fire ahead. Dantes one-on-one. Makes it home. And a foul.
The Dream were truly lost, fouling out players left and right, giving Caitlyn even more chances to feed Boston in the paint and extend the lead.
Indiana has 10 of them tonight, and Boston cashes in.
With a healthy 15-point lead and just a few minutes left, this game was over. The Dream closed it out with 20 fouls, while Caitlyn quietly found her rhythm, racking up 9 assists despite hitting just 1 3. It's only a matter of time before she's taking over the league again. This was one of the most highly anticipated matchups of the season. 2 #1 picks from the last 2 years, with history dating back to their college days. But when the pressure's on, you already know Caitlyn's built to make history.
Cunningham attacked the closeout.
Clark, the rejection of Quinterly. Clark, the flick ahead. Oh, beautifully done. Touchdown, Fever.
Even after needing time to adjust from missing 9 games, this turned out to be her best passing performance of year 2 so far. But first, to start the game, she had to break that shooting curse.
Dishing to Hull. Extra feed Clark. A deep 3. You bet. And a sigh of relief from Caitlyn Clark.
A relief indeed, especially after starting the season with real struggles from beyond the arc. But when she tried a heat check right after, it was clear she wasn't quite in top form just yet.
Clark, not that time.
But with her shot taking a back seat, she kept her head up, ready to dish out some dimes and get her team going.
She said that made her feel a lot better. That pass will as well. Right.
She stayed locked in on defense too, ready to snatch at any moment.
Yeah, been trapped more lately, and Clark comes over to steal. Here's Clark to go in for the lay.
It felt like a coliseum out there every time Caitlyn touched the ball, and sometimes it was just too much for her teammates to handle.
Virginia. Clark bounces, Howard can't finish.
That's why, at times, she was forced to take matters into her own hands, even with double teams in her way.
In college, because they don't care about freedom of movement like that. I mean, Clark was fouled the entire way down and finally gets the whistle. She'll shoot 2.
Dallas decided to stick a little pit bull on Clark, one who would get away with way more than she should. But with great spacing on the floor, Clark just stayed composed and connected the dots like only she can.
On her home floor. Here's Clark off the give and go, extra feed, and the lay from Howard. Outstanding.
But her teammates didn't always capitalize. The Wings were ready to clog the paint whenever they hesitated. So Caitlyn showed a little magic of her own to slice through and make it happen anyway.
An offensive rebounding percentage.
But her rust showed too. So on the very next play, she slowed it down and stayed patient.
In anticipation of All-Star. Nice lead there. Clark to Howard for 2.
Again, the perfectly timed pass by Caitlyn Clark. The one extra.
She was ready to show out this quarter with one clear focus: speed.
Clark the rebound. Clark flicks it ahead. Mitchell. Over to Cunningham. Cunningham, a free lay.
Her teammates were running the floor, and like a quarterback, she was out there throwing Hail Marys.
Cunningham attacked the closeout.
Clark, the rejection of Quinterly. Clark, the flick ahead. Oh, beautifully done. Touchdown Fever.
A block and a full court assist in a matter of seconds. The perfect spark to ignite what would become a historic quarter.
Clark, 4 assists, 7 points. Becker's 7 points, 2 assists. Here's Clark. Bounces. Boston takes and drops it in.
But not every great hustle play got the reward it deserved.
Clark pokes it away. Another steal for Clark, who is unable to lay it in. Goes down in a heap.
No foul was called, but it's hard to tell if she got pushed in the back. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Meanwhile, the Fever were running away with the lead. And Caitlyn, she wasn't done dishing just yet.
Comes Indiana. Clark back in. Off to Hull. Catch. Fire. You bet.
Every possession ran through her hands and turned to gold, perfectly threading it to Boston.
Giving it up. Boston. Through the lane. Lays it in.
And when Mitchell was flying in transition, there was only one person who saw the vision.
One thus far. Clark, her third steal.
It wasn't Mitchell, though. She missed the wide open dunk, so Caitlyn put the team on her back and decided to try her luck from deep once again.
Here's Clark, being hawked by Isaiah James. Clark, sidestepping three, is good!
A seemingly regular shot, but for those paying close attention, the scoreboard told the story. Indiana had already racked up 64 points in the first half, the most by any team this season. And as you've seen, it could have been even more. But even with that big lead, Caitlyn wasn't done.
To the corner, Clark able to keep her toes in bounds. Clark backing down Quinterly. 6 to shoot, fading away, and dropping.
The Pitbull just couldn't handle the weight Caitlyn was bringing to the table, and when it came to those Hail Marys, this time Mitchell wasn't missing those open looks.
Still can't. Here's Clark flicking ahead, Mitchell alone lays it in.
With 8 assists already, it was clear Caitlyn was fully in her passing flow, and with that pick and roll chemistry with Boston clicking, getting to 10 seemed like a walk in the park.
Now.
Both in her post game, and she's shown the ability to hit from deep.
Boston, sure. There's that two-player action with Clark and Boston. Even with the amount of games Clark has missed.
Even when Dantas checked in, Caitlyn didn't miss a beat.
Clark dumps it, Dantas able to squeeze it in.
Her passes were looking like lasers, slicing through the defense, and with that, she notched her 17th career game with 10+ assists. Dallas had no answer, so all they could do was foul.
It was unforgettable, Phoenix. Clark wheeling around Boston. Lobs it into Boston, great positioning.
Even when they tried that, it just played right into her hands, baiting the defense perfectly. With all eyes on her, she effortlessly went back to dropping dimes like it was nothing.
Boston screen, Clark probing, dishing, gets it back, thought about the three, gives it up, Boston lays it in, and knocked away. Here's Clark flicking ahead, Mitchell the catch, and the finish.
How many get-aheads has Caitlyn Clark had today? 4 or 5, maybe?
Yes.
Wow.
The Wings kept falling for the same trap, sending the double team at Caitlyn, leaving the center wide open time after time.
Through the lane, feeds Howard, another assist for Clark, that's 13.
It was like a cheat code the Wings still hadn't patched. And just like that, Caitlyn racked up her 13th assist of the night. With a healthy 5 minutes left on the clock, she checked out with.
Second career game for her with 10 points, 10 assists, and 5 steals. Just the 5th player all time with multiple.
And just like that, the media-driven narrative of the top picks battling it out quickly turned into the Caitlyn Clark Show. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more. This wasn't just a game, it was a battle. But Caitlyn wasn't just battling the sun, she was battling the refs too.
Very unusual. She's hot. Beyond January, having to hold her back.
And all that heavy, relentless physicality eventually took its toll.
9 points for Indiana. Patented bounce pass is... Looks like she's in pain after that pass.
An injury scare nobody ever wants to see, especially right before All-Star weekend. However, how she opened this game, it did look like she was ready with some All-Star level passing.
Hedge on the ball screen on Clark. Inside perfectly.
The connection with Howard was instant and definitely worth repeating.
Charles, she has every shot in her arsenal.
Now Sheldon, the height disadvantage against Howard.
And when she drove to the basket for the first time, she made it count.
Clark has yet to take a shot. There's the first one, and it goes in.
After that, she shifted back to facilitating, and this time it was Lexi Hull on the other end.
NC State this year, Clark to Hull, spins, shoots, and gets the ball.
Even out on the perimeter, Lexi was ready, and Caitlyn found her right in her shooting.
Howard. Hull spots up and nails it.
The crowd was feeding off the energy, and Caitlyn was thriving right in the belly of the beast. But Connecticut knew the only way to stop her momentum was the hard way.
Here comes Clark. Working against Sheldon. Slices in, and JC got her.
That's the aspect of Caitlyn Clark's game that...
It started getting chippy in the paint, but Caitlyn knew her way around the chaos and kept her composure.
Clark off glass.
Good heavy by Clark. She froze the defense, and now
Indiana run.
How about the...
She attacked the paint again, clearly getting fouled, but that's when we got our first appearance of the ways of a certain ref. And with this kind of officiating, the Sun started testing the boundaries, getting more physical with every possession.
7 from the floor has missed all 3 over 3s.
A blatant swing at her face, but the refs didn't even bother to review it. And right after, that same ref made their presence felt again.
Another one, Morrow couldn't handle it. They say it's off Clark.
Yeah, they just did faster.
After a timeout, Caitlyn went over to have a word with the ref, and that's when things really started to take off.
The road this season, Caitlyn Clark is a combined 1 for 32 from three-point range. Very unusual. She's hot. Beyond January, having to hold her back.
The ref started getting petty, making the calls feel personal, and that was enough to make Caitlyn finally burst out in frustration.
Who is played 9 years in Indiana and now on the staff. And he was still upset and wants an explanation from Michael Price.
Message loud and clear. Caitlyn stood up for herself, letting everyone know she's ready to call out the league on this bad officiating, and she turned that frustration into motivation, coming right back with some of those dimes.
To stack them, create some distance at the top.
Cunningham.
But as soon as she got fouled again on a drive, same ref, same story, and no call.
There's a brace on it.
The Sun took the advantage, starting to play on the edge, hand-checking, bumping, making every possession a grind and draining a lot of energy out of CC. But she kept pushing, refusing to back down.
Nelson Adota again, she is active.
That's her second assist since the first quarter as it's buried by Boston.
She managed to get herself a bucket as well.
She's some of the great young talent.
But the constant hand-checking became so excessive that even her coach had to call a timeout because the refs still refused to blow the whistle.
Boston as well. Stephanie White called a timeout, is upset at what she thinks is a lot of hand-checking on Clark that was not called. Has been defended very physically tonight.
And that timeout turned out to be gold.
25. It's the first 3 that Caitlyn has hit tonight. Had missed her first 5 from distance, and only the second 3 she has hit in a road game all season.
You could even see who she was staring down after that one. That ref caught the full force of her laser glare. And with 1 minute left and just a 5-point lead, the Suns still weren't done with the bumping. With all the hits, all the contact, and barely any protection from the refs, Caitlyn's body finally showed the toll it had taken.
9 points for Indiana. Patented bounce pass. And Caitlyn is
Looks like she's in pain after that pass.
What looked like a pulled muscle with just 40 seconds left, the game already in hand, but a devastating moment with All-Star Weekend around the corner and the fear of missing even more games looming. Caitlyn was devastated, and rightfully so. This kind of injury could have been prevented with better officiating, battling the sun, the refs, and now her own body. Let's hope the injury isn't as serious as it looked, and she's back on the court soon, because the game just isn't the same without her.